Welcome to the podcast. How's it going, everybody?
It's going okay. Do I also count in the everybody state?
Yes,
Cool.
it's rhetorical except for one person.
Okay, cool. I got a good night's sleep last night, which is great. Yay. That's quite rare. So
I had a rough
I feel
one. I
oh,
think it's a combination of, obviously the staying up in addition to
yeah.
diet, what you eat right before you go to bed. If you eat before you go to bed, can fuck you up, I find.
I heard that if you drink a lot of booze right before you go to bed, it helps you go to sleep real good. That's what I
Sure.
heard that.
I have not had booze in a very long time.
You go, "Oh, I got to go to sleep," and then you drink in bed until you're asleep.
There is, in light of lockdown, there is a restaurant that's like got some pretty cool drinks that they sell you the mix without the booze in it to like make it at home basically.
Okay.
So it's
Make sure you
interesting.
get only the freshest nightcap for sleep reasons.
Yeah, no, and I actually tried it and it was pretty good. They basically just sell you like a tang bag of all the mixed ingredients minus the booze, and then they just go add the booze, add this amount, serve over ice, and you're good to go, or whatever the case is, and you end up with some pretty good cocktails out of it.
And then you go, what if I just mixed the drink and then had the booze and then put the drink next to me and then just drank just the booze. And then when somebody said, "Oh, what are you having?" You're like, "Oh, I'm having this mixed drink with no alcohol in it. See, I'm responsible." As you booze breath all over the room.
Just squirt your hand sanitizer right into the mix.
Oh yeah, did you see a bunch of people died out in fucking
Mm-hmm.
Russia from that?
Sure did. Sure did.
Party's getting crunk. Oh no, we ran out of booze. What if we drank this industrial grade
Ethanol.
alcohol? No, it was not ethanol. It was methanol, which is
Because
just poison.
the thing is they some of the early hand sanitizer we got over here was converted from a former booze place, so they started putting ethanol as hand sanitizer in their bottles and shipping it out.
Hmm.
But in this case,
This
it
was
was not.
methanol,
It was
which is
methanol. Okay.
just
Well,
poison.
yeah, your liver's
And
done then.
ironically enough, one of the cures for methanol poisoning is
Is
regular alcohol,
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
which means that the drunkest ones at that party that got some of the methanol in them probably survived as a direct result of having so much regular alcohol in their stomachs. What we're saying is
Yeah.
that drink responsibly and getting drunk is not cool. That's right, kids. Getting drunk is not cool. Hiding the fact that you're drunk is not cool.
However, if you're talking to someone who's never gotten drunk and they don't know what it's like, the intense curiosity and social pressure are almost
Yeah.
impossible to strong arm. So they're going to do it. Thus, the main thing is to do it and discover where your limit is, and then set that bar for the rest of your life and go, okay, I know where I'm at. Everyone's got to have that point where they go flying over the edge, and then it ends embarrassingly. And once they do, they usually end up, one, knowing where that limit is, and two, whatever the thing is that made them get sick or go over the edge, you hate that drink forever because that taste never
That's
goes
correct.
away. Your brain has a really strong association with getting sick and the flavor of the thing you were consuming at the time. So just like how
I
we talk about childhood memories of eating a thing that makes you vomit, same thing for booze.
I don't care for tequila, and I have heard many, many others
Mm-hmm.
not care for tequila. For whatever
Mm-hmm.
reason, tequila is associated with many many bad times.
Yeah, tequila is an easy one that's you can get cheap as a kid, and it's very it's high in percentage, so you can get fucked up with very little effort. Therefore,
It's got the little ritual with the salt and
exactly.
the fucking...
Therefore, all the circumstances end up coming together so that a lot of kids end up hating tequila because they get fucked on it way too early and just it's yeah.
And you know what? That's fine because tequila is terrible.
I mean, if you have good tequila, then it's good, but a lot of the shit we get is pretty bad. My understanding, according to someone who fucking pulled this out of their ass years ago, was that
that's my favorite source.
Yeah, apparently, in some places, what gets exported is the best shit, and what stays behind is awful. I believe Labatt and Molson are of that genre, whereas tequila is the kind where what gets exported is lower quality, and what's originally there closest to the origin is the highest quality stuff.
Huh.
So the more south you go, and the closer you get to where it's actually made, the better chance you have of enjoying what you taste. And
it's funny talking about drinking because I basically been teetotaling for a long time because I gave myself the gout and it's bad for your fingers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't miss it. I really don't. I'll occasionally have a Bloody Caesar with a certain type of meal, usually a steak or something.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just because I like a bloody goddamn Caesar. That's that has nothing to do with alcohols.
Yeah. In my case, I'm a social drinker, so pretty much I have it with people.
So basically, you haven't had a drop in a
year. Pretty much, and that's it. The things that activate for me to want to grab a drink have not, those circumstances have not been fulfilled. I think I grabbed a cider at one point randomly, and I think Reggie brought over some cans one time as well. But for the most part, that's what it is, and I just otherwise don't really think about it that much. So, yeah. But in any case, whatever. I guess I'll head it off. The week was spent.
What was your week, man?
A couple things. Mainly
Ew.
on the file transfer over to the new PC. Absolute Unit 1 has arrived.
That you learned really early on during that process, what do I actually really need?
So I was preparing beforehand, right, in order to be this is how we're gonna do it, this is how it's gonna go down, and whatever, right? And it's funny because I actually at one point I was like, you know what, let me just try something unorthodox here, and let me actually see if OneDrive is worth a shit. You know that annoying thing that Microsoft pops up every time you fucking start up Windows, and they're like, use your OneDrive. It's your cloud storage service from Microsoft. And yeah, everyone does. Everyone does. And guess what? You're not missing shit. It's fucking garbage. It's absolutely terrible. But I was legit curious, and I dropped a couple files in there just to see how this would even behave if I had to go and transfer them over, and it's fucking trash. So just you don't even look at
Incredible. Here's how you transfer your files. It's really simple. Get a big ass external hard drive and just hit the button, and then just wait.
Yeah. It's kind of annoying that because in order to, you can also transfer through a local network, and you can even transfer with a transfer cable and shit like that. But it's sort of stupid how that's not more common / readily available, because I've always had problems setting up a local network transfer, and I've never gotten transfer cable shit working either. So you literally can't just plug a tower into a tower and just go send the files or you can, but it's not as straightforward. But anyway, yeah, exactly. External hard drive, drop a couple terabytes. and then just fucking move it over. So yeah, that's what I did. And originally my plan was to move the entire system over, and boy did that just whittle down to the files that I'm looking at right now.
That's so pointless.
Yeah,
so like I have a couple folders on my PC right now that I have like mentally cataloged as I need to keep these backed up and up to date, and the number one is just my OBS settings.
Yeah.
Like I have a million scenes that have so I'm like, okay, those ones, God, it would be days or weeks to recreate them and all the files associated with them, and that's pretty much it.
In
like,
my case,
the only one.
In my case, like I don't even need to go that far, because like while it can stream and while it can obviously capture, like this is mainly just here for its performance, because my streaming is off setup. So this is gonna be just like, basically I ended up, I'm gonna copy over whatever shows I'm watching, my entire Guilty Gear project folder, and essentially, you know, my collection of installed games, and like that's it. You know, like that's really the only active things I need right now. Also some video editing files here and there, but like everything else that's not that, or like, you know, even like my Wooly versus branding and shit like that, like all of that can just move. Like whatever, we'll fucking, I'll grab you when I need you, but peace out for now, you know. And it's really, really nice.
I'm literally fucking exporting my shit right now because of what you were. I'm just like, man, you know what? I should really back up these. I haven't fucking. Yeah, I haven't fixed that OBS thing in quite a bit. I should really fucking do it. Oh my god!
And it's nice to just look at an empty disk of 9 terabytes and be like, "Yup, clean."
Yeah, that is
nothing in there.
Pretty goddamn incredible, I have to admit.
Yeah.
Like when I got this PC, it was mostly clean, and it was right. But before you fuck it up with all your shit. Right, like because the solution that I've gone is like you described your shows. Like I have an external 8 terabyte hard drive that I keep upgrading over the years. That is all my media, because like I need lots of room for media, but also it helps a lot for, hey, do I want to just copy my documents folder onto something that I can keep, or say these OBS scenes can go into this backup file. It's helpful.
So yeah, this thing is it's a fucking beast. It's also really, really quiet, and that is lovely. It's very nice how quiet it is. It is I did, you know, it obviously the guys had some benchmarking software on there, and I was some other stuff, and of course you want to just do that right away. What I didn't get, well, and the results were quite nice. They were like, yeah, okay, that's right. It is pretty much just underneath those ridiculous there's like the crazy new Ryzens and one other thing, but what I was kind of like about is like the benchmark didn't give me a percentile, because I remember the last time I got that, I was like, oh, I want to know, I want to see that 0.01.
You're in the top 1 percentile.
I want to see that. I want to see that 1%.
Don't worry about it. You know it in your heart.
It's there, you know. But yeah, you know, I booted up Infinite Warfare and just cranked the shit up, and I was like, yep, looks good. Seems,
look,
yep,
there it goes.
Look at it go. It's doing it. There it is. And I'm like, right, that's about right. And then something became clear also as well when I was booting up the XX, was that I'm like, oh, well, here now, this TV can output in 4K quite fine, but it can't do 122 hertz.
No.
And for all these tricked out features, including stupid FPS. I need that ability.
You don't.
So, well, no, but I want it.
Yeah. See that? See, was that much easier?
So, I bought that. So
Okay.
so the TV's on the way.
I hope you enjoy playing DMC5 Special Edition at 1080p, because the game, if it detects 120 hertz monitor, will force 120 hertz, and you can't change the resolution in it.
Really?
Yep.
See, I thought it was dependent because, like, I thought like things like for example, in LDK mode, it automatically turns off some of the advanced settings and things like that.
No, it is the way that SE is put together. It feels a little slapdash. Where if you have a 120 hertz monitor, it goes, cool, you have 120 hertz, and then kicks it down to 1080p.
Apparently, it got patched.
Oh, that got patched? Great, good, excellent.
So, yeah, I'd like to see that. So, the new thing's arriving sometime this week as well. I was also thinking about, like, because of the computer, I was thinking about, like, rewiring and changing the setup around a bit. I might still do that.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, big old studio teardown and rebuild. I might still do that, but for now, I'm just kind of like, swapping things in and out. It's also, it's going to be a 65-inch, so
hey! Big TV!
So there's that.
Be able to see it.
Yeah. And whenever obviously that's all plugged in and nice, then I can do some fucking crazy ass tests and watch the numbers go high. But so far so good, and it was like, yeah, this thing is great. And again, I just like it's remarkably quiet, and I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, when I started getting custom built PCs off of like Newegg and NCAX a long time ago, I started to like gravitate very strongly towards like fractal cases, which is just all internal padding, just quiet it the fuck down. Because I used everybody. I mean, I'm sure your old PC was kind of loud.
Yeah, it would get it was quiet compared to the PC I had before that. But
yeah, and so on and so forth. Right?
but like now by comparison, yeah, it's very.
Yeah, now the only time I hear the PC at all is when I'm pro gaming on the max settings, at which point a little whir in the corner doesn't make any noise compared to my hardcore video games that I'm doing.
So there's some serious like tests outside of the like pushing it to the limit tests, where it's going to be, are we going to get the coil whine? Are we going to get any kind of feedback from the fact that like your recording sensitivity is extremely high from this port on the computer? Like what's it going to be? So we'll do a couple tests like that, but yeah, in the end, I think it'll still just end up being like a non-recording machine, despite the capability.
You did the fun part, which is like turning on a game you already know that ran a certain way, and now it runs like, woo, look at it go, millions of frames, all the settings, right? Have you had any experience where you went back to a game that didn't run very well, and you're like, wow, now I'll be able to play it at a good frame rate, and it still runs like complete shit?
So I didn't do that yet, but I have a theory that Injustice 2 is gonna fucking die. I have a feeling.
Because there's a certain like appreciable viscosity based smugness that radiates from your pores when you're like, no, I was right. This game is ass.
I'm expecting Injustice 2 to absolutely just poop. That's the only thing of recent that I've had some problems with. Yeah, that we're just like, no, that's completely on them and their horrible port. But we will find out.
Just want it to run well, please.
So that
No,
is
says Warhammer 2.
yeah, that's nice. Um,
Yeah, that
Also
would
the
be most of your week,
colors are
wouldn't it?
not as blinding as I was worried they would be.
Oh, the LEDs and all that.
The LEDs, they shine on all day, but you can't. They're not so bright that like they distract from what's happening in front of you. So it's not that bad. And
I don't get the LEDs.
they're pretty.
Yeah, but I find them to be distracting on any device that I own.
Well, I get my laptop, rather not my laptop. Yeah, the laptop's keyboard, the fucking Razer keyboard, and the mouse all have their lights going anyway. So at this point, it's just another series of rainbow things going around the
Like
living room.
I have this mouse here, and I had a similar one prior that had the RGB lights, and the first thing I did was to go into Logitech's app and just turn all that shit off.
Eh,
Um,
I'm a fan of color on dark aesthetic, and it's pretty. There's not
then
much
again, you're
else
talking
to
to
say.
somebody who used to go to all his consoles and black out all the fucking lights on them with electrical tape.
Sure, that's that's
Because
weird.
I did not like the blinking light.
I
Did not
I
like
like
it.
knowing when something's on, and I like seeing that it's not on by mistake. What I don't like the generation. I don't remember. I think it might have been the PS3. That was the first generation of console where when it was off, the red light was always on.
That was definitely the PS3.
Yeah, because game consoles prior to that were just off, and there was no lights on them at all. And I remember when I would see that red light, and I'd be like, "Why is that red light always on? Right? What's the point of that?
Tell you that it's off.
What's to stop that? It's like it's off, but it's plugged in. I don't need that. Just turn the whole thing off." But yeah, that was what started it. PS2 had a switch. The little okay, the right over where the power thing. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It did.
Oh, it did have a tiny
Yeah, I
little
see.
red dot,
Like
didn't it?
the original PS2 model. I had the slim, so but yes, that red light always on thing. I remember when I was just like, can I fucking get some darkness in here? So yeah, I get the tape thing. I wouldn't have gone that far.
Well,
I want the
should
light on
mention,
when it's on.
there was a more reasonable reason for why I was taping up all my lights on my devices with electrical tape, because that's back when I lived in my first apartment, which was a studio apartment, which meant that when I went to sleep, I could see all of those devices.
Right.
And when
Yeah,
they
Slim also
all
had it, guys,
their
yes.
goddamn lights on, like it was like looking at the night sky on one wall.
Right. Fair enough. Anyway, it was something that I ended up like not really liking about that generation, and then like eventually the Wii had it, and now everything has it. Xbox doesn't actually. The Xbox is still just off when it's off. The power supply, when it was external, would have a little light on it. The brick would have a little light to show you it's plugged in, but
Man, PS5 has no power brick.
it's
Come
inside.
to think of it. Yeah, well, it better be.
Well, I mean,
That fucking
that's
thing.
that's what happens.
Look at that fucking piece of shit. It's so big.
So like that's the thing. I mean, that's a design choice, right? Like there are consoles that can shave some space to make themselves smaller by externalizing the power brick, or you can just put it all in and make it a fat boy. And between the two, I think it's more quote unquote aesthetically pleasing to have it like internal, but it's easier to travel with if it's separated. I remember when I had to carry around 360s, and it was like, you had the bricks over here, you had the console over there, and it was again easier to separate the two, versus if I had to travel with a stack of X's, which is not going to happen. But if you did, that would be really rough. Also, Jabali tweeted out a tournament organizer's informative drop on the fact that PS5s do not stack neatly on top of each other. Their shapes
sure
are
don't.
weird, and they will fall over and fucking break if you try to stack them. And if you take off the side panels, it still doesn't stack. So you cannot put them together for easy, simple transport. You're going to need some sort of specialized casing. Vertical only. That sucks.
Yeah,
That's
talking
a
about this
unique
makes
problem.
me look over at my sound bar, and there's a tiny red light on my sound bar, which is obvious, which otherwise, just no lights or anything like that. And the red icon is glowing red permanently to make sure to tell me that, hey, dude, you successfully turned off the Alexa function on your soundbar. If I allowed Alexa to live and thrive in my soundbar, that light would go away, because I assume they think that's the default. But instead, they want to give me a tiny red warning light to say, "Hey, dude, did you realize
Your soundbar has
turned
Alexa built in? Really? Wow.
Yeah. Not anymore, it doesn't.
Yeah, okay.
Turn that shit off within 2 seconds.
Was it what brand is it?
It's a Bose.
Okay. I think I got a Sonos, and yeah, all right. Because it's pretty sure there's no Alexa anywhere in this house, and I'm planning to keep it that way for the foreseeable. But yeah, that is the absolute unit 01. More information to come as the week goes on, but yeah, I think yeah, there was some there I got some folks were concerned about the wiring in the case, and that the fact that some of the cooling was going in the wrong direction of sorts. But these guys, Artesian Builds, knows what they're doing. They crushed it. I'm extremely happy with what's going on. And yeah, I do appreciate the gig, guys. So thank you very much. And if you guys need a computer, check out Artesian Builds. They fucking did an amazing job on this thing. So cheers to that. The other thing I did this week was I got through and I beat LDK mode with Virgil in DMC5 SE.
Yeah.
So minor spoilers if you're going to not want to hear about anything that happens
For this game's re-release.
Mm-hmm. All right, there you go. So you tune out now. Yeah, so you fucking play through that shit, and it's great. And as I mentioned, your some of your biggest challenges are getting your fucking perfect frame timing on your judgment cuts and everything. But the LDK challenges are, oh man, like there's some rooms they throw at you that are just like, you know what, fuck you. Like, just here's a sea of enemies. You should be able to handle this by now. And for the most part, like, yeah, you can. You've got Virgil has some great crowd control.
I imagine it just takes a while.
It takes a while to work at it, but it's also like there's points where like concentration requires you to stand still and be decisive and move properly. But there's a lot of there's a lot of times when you're in such a mob that there's no way to properly see or react to what is coming at you. So staying airborne is a pretty good way of like of staying out of danger in many cases. But yeah, there's a couple rooms where they just throw like I think it was like a 6 riot room maybe. And it's just like, man, if you thought 2 was rough, just they're disappearing everywhere. They're fucking Furies, not riots, excuse me, Furies. They are just fucking like untouchable until they want to be, and if you stop to work on one, the others are maximum spidering your ass around the room, and it just takes patience. It takes fucking precision and patience, and you actually start having to use the a stat that they put on some of Virgil's moves is slowdown, like a time stagger, right? It came out in 4SE with the blistering swords that rain down, and now he's also got it on that new big slow horizontal slice where he like 180s and then puts the blade away. So you use these abilities and the blistering swords to stop everything, and it does very little damage, but things are stuck in the frozen time as if you hit them with a ragtime. And that ends up like being works wonders against a bunch of furies at the same time and like things like that. So you got to spend your bar smartly in those crowd situations.
Hey, that 6 fury room, where is that?
Okay, I'm pretty sure if it's one of the final Clifod levels.
Okay.
Where do you remember the level where you are, because they kind of blend together with
I was just wondering because one of the funniest things that I'm thinking of when you're telling me this is the obvious overlap in thought process between the devs of 5SE and Hitchhiker, because Hitchhiker snuck in I think it's a secret encounter into one of the missions in which you have to fight, I think it's 8 Furies.
Okay.
In one room.
Okay.
But when I say a room, I mean it is a like 20 by 20 foot room.
Okay.
It is here is a tweet of somebody fucking like flying against it, and it is just absurd. It is just, there's no, like, those enemies were obviously never designed to be in more than a group of 2 tops, because the game just starts to fly apart when there are more than that.
So the thing with it, in this particular room here, you're gonna get it at its worst. You got more room to fight in the actual game proper when it's going down, but it's exactly, they're literally teleporting everywhere the entire time, and good luck, survive. If you've got concentration and sin devil trigger meter full, spend it. Just nullify the encounter, right? Like that's kind of what your goal is when you see Fury start popping up, you just go, I'm not fighting this now. I'm just gonna not do it.
I want to hit the win button, please.
And when I think it's in the mission. It's in the last mission that leads up to the real Urizen fight. So I think it's 16. Okay. And then you get a nice little rhythm of like, okay, so it takes full concentration and full SDT to do those final attacks. But it takes it, but it doesn't drain your concentration when you do it. So once you're done with one of those moves, if need be, you can still do World of V, and that'll drain your concentration and like theoretically finish off whatever's straggling. So there's a nice little back and forth. Yeah, you can do. It's fun using World of V in the actual fight against all 3 when you're making your way through to the top of the Clifod.
That doesn't make any sense.
Makes no sense whatsoever, but sure, I'll watch Nightmare punch Nightmare. Little mirror battle. It's pretty fun to let that happen.
So Virgil plays through every single level?
Yes.
Does SE have the ability to play like Dante in Nero's missions, or vice versa?
Does Dante have the ability to play?
Do you have character select on the other missions?
I've only played Virgil.
Okay. Because
I haven't touched the others.
If they had 2 other characters in there Virgil could swap between them for all the respective missions.
So Virgil has the tools to handle each stage on his own as need be without assistance, but I don't know if the other characters have what's needed to get through the, like...
I'm just saying, if there was a character that had like a rocket launcher with like a grappling hook.
Oh yeah, no, totally.
And there was a different character that had like Sparta and some of those moves.
Absolutely.
You totally just 1-to-1 them on.
They'd be able to go through the stages on their own, no problem. Yeah, that much is clear. But yeah, when you're like, you know, you're going through that part where it's like, oh, this is where V is supposed to be stumbling emotionally until he can't walk anymore, and he falls in the purple goop, right?
Yeah.
And then you're just like, you're Virgil, and you're just fucking wee, like high timing, and like you're doing the grappling summon sword to just fly right over it and collect a bunch of orbs, and it's all a good time. You know, you're just like, oh yeah, this part was supposed to be
I wouldn't have had to do the goop if I was real Virgil.
Not even remotely, you know. You just grim grip over that bitch, and it ain't nothing. Or remember the part where it's a room where the spikes are coming from the walls, and you have to go high or low to get to the secret like areas or the secret blue blorb, and then you kind of make your pathway out, and you eventually get to the area where you can skateboard up and do the whole big Tony Hawk section.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're playing as Virgil and you get dropped into the room where there's just spikes up the ass on every single wall and surface, it's like, that's cool. I'll just trick forever and be fine and get style for doing so.
Manual teleport at almost every direction, so it's okay.
You just do it, you know. And then so that's all fun. Fighting Urizen up in his face and just Beowulfing the shit out of him is great. You get to melt everything, but then of course the new content, you get to Dante, and Dante is fucking awesome, man. It is exactly what I was hoping it would be, which is basically an upgraded version of the Dante fight in 4SE.
Which, yeah.
So you get to the end of Bloody Palace in 4SE, and the man is up there waiting for you, and you're gonna have a bad time. And in this case, it's exactly that, and just, you know, the patterns are all there, but he's got the new move sets and he's got the new move list, and he's switching between them. And he's going to do shit. He's going to fuck you up. He's going to switch styles, and you're going to fight and do your best. And you're going to have relatively a similar exchange to the rhythm of fighting Virgil, where it's like, okay, this is what he's going to come in with. And he's got a couple of preset patterns, and a couple times he modifies them or switches into something else. Sometimes he'll extend a string. But for the most part...
Yeah, once you tag him, you can combo him for a little while.
You can combo him for a little bit, and then you break off, right? And then you can get your taunt in there. You know, and then they re-engage. However, every once in a while, he'll be doing his gun trick, sword, gun trick, and doing his things, and you're like, yep, let's fight. And then he goes, Royal Guard, and you fucking stop. You don't stop. You wait.
Don't look at him.
You walk. You look at the ground. You stare at your shoes. And he walks up to you. And then he goes, trickster, and you're like, all right, let's fight. But you 1,000% treat that shit like a timeout, because he goes, Royal, and you just, nope.
Does he just fucking, like, parry everything you send to him?
You fucking die. He will return it. If you're lucky, you will get a royal release that's not a perfect timed fucking just frame melter version. If you're trying to get cheeky and do some big attack on him or whatever, absolutely go fuck yourself. Just don't do it. And the PTSD kicks in, because anyone who watched my my run on Bloody Palace for 4SE remembers, I got to the final floor. I got him down to maybe 10%. And a royal release just annihilated my anus. And that was the end of that. It was a healthy run. It's the furthest I've ever gotten. And boy, did I fucking make the mistake of swinging on him when you shouldn't have. So do not play the game when he says royal. You just you stare at your shoes and you walk around slowly, and then wait for it to go away.
Now, what about Dante 2?
Now Dante 2, same idea, except he's also going to SDT on your ass and come in with some SDT moves, which you should be familiar with and know, like, okay, well, just get the fuck away from it. You can answer with your own and just have a big old fucking, like, we're not flinching kind of battle. You know what I mean? Like, we're just gonna fucking go on each other and just, like, your life bar versus mine. But, you know, it's a boss, so he has more. Generally speaking, it's not that elegant or nice to just sit in there and tank the hits and go at it. You want to back the fuck up, right? You wanna sit there and watch to see what he's going to do, because he SDTs, flies in at you, and then he'll do a couple things, right? He's got the wing projectiles, which you can evade, you know. He's got the Psycho Crushers, and he actually goes into the final attack. I forgot its name, but the big combo, you know?
Yeah, the huge combo that hits everywhere with a million swords.
Except it doesn't hit everywhere. It's a zone around him, just like Judgment Cut End.
Okay, it just felt like that when you used it.
When you use it, it feels like it goes everywhere. When he does it to you, it has a circle, and you can get away from it. And you actually see the circle when he activates it, like Judgment Cut End. So it's 1-to-1. It's the exact same type of answer. Just get the fuck out of the circle, and then be ready to answer with your own shit. What's interesting is the cutscenes that play out. You guys have that first Dante 1 fight, and then you have the little back off, and then he's like, "Oh, so you fucking got your dick wet some time ago, huh?" And Virgil's like, "Yeah, you know." And then they line up, and then they fly at each other. And then Nero never stops them.
Yeah, the fight just keeps going.
So they just clash into each other, and then past each other, and you go into phase 2. And the music kicks in, and it's the fucking a cappella version of Bury the Light. And you're just like, oh, it's so good, because it's giving you the silver bullet answer, except in Bury the Light form. So it kicks right back in, and it's powerful. I believe Susie posted a little clip of exactly that moment, you know, and it just like, yes, man. Absolutely.
Is there a final cutscene that's
there
different?
Is. Yes, there is. So those things, those initial scenes that you get up to are pretty much the same. The fight you have the banter you have in battle is new. There's not a ton of it, but it is there. And of course, losing to Dante means Dante's shit talking you on the game over screen. So there's that. But once you get past him, once you beat him, then yeah, you get a new ending sequence, which is a mixture of old scenes and then some new stuff. So it weirdly kind of cuts, because Dante loses, then he just kind of gets up and goes, "All right, well."
Yeah, I'm watching it, and he just literally jumps off and goes, "Okay, bye."
Yeah, he does the thing where he says bye to Nero, except it's not to Nero, right? He just kind of walks off to you. And then Virgil gets up and then turns and says his final words to Nero, whose arm you can see from the side. So it's kind of like Nero showed up at the end, but he was just too late, I guess, or whatever. It was weirdly edited. Weirdly edited, but whatever. There it is, right? Then you get them in hell, and then you get further conversation between them in hell. So they end up talking about so they end up Dante calls out Virgil for crying in the corner every time mommy got mad.
Yeah.
And then Virgil calls out Dante for running away every time father raised his voice. So they both have their isms with opposite members of their parental lineage, right? And clearly there's a little thing there that's like a whatever. They both, it's mother and father.
Dante was a mama's boy and
Virgil was a daddy's boy. And they were terrified of the opposite parent. Mother, father.
So I'm watching this ending cutscene, and the way that it's cut implies that, like, Nero's entire speech and hero moment at the end of that game was completely pointless.
It implies
they would not have killed each other.
It implies that if they won or lost, they would have both got up and have known instinctually, well, time to go kill the Qliphoth. And they would have jumped down to hell and done it anyway. So Nero shows up to get in the emotional way of what's going on, but he kind of didn't have to. If Virgil won, if Dante won, who's to say, right? Because Dante was, being all nice and cheeky, but it's possible he might have been like, because he was all like, let's finish this once and for all, or whatever, Virgil. But yeah, it plays out in such a way where if Virgil wins, they just go, all right, let's go beat it now, So yes, Shin dead weight. It's funny. So then, yeah, you get that conversation. Then you get the fight. They do the counts, and then you do the credit battle, and then you get the don't you dare say it jackpot. But then it
continues.
But it pulls back, and instead of it's not a reverse angle of the jackpot shot, but it goes further away and it continues. And then Dante's like, "Hey, didn't you used to love saying jackpot all the time? That was your thing, And Virgil's just like, nah, so shut up though. And
it's
like,
extra stupid because he actually does it.
And you know that he does it because if you perfectly time your 4 judgment cuts, the last one has him saying jackpot. He loves saying jackpot. He's the most tsundere fucking little bitch ever. He can't not love it. But he just doesn't want anyone to know, and he still says it.
Have you seen his goddamn super taunt?
Yes. Oh, how droll. His
super taunt with his stand doing a fucking like caramel dance and like techno remix.
His fucking his DT ghost is cutting a rug and he hates it. So yeah. Doppelganger.
Cutting the rug like you would see in like a Nico Doga fucking like caramel dancing or like Gedon fucking dance video in someone's apartment.
I thought they were just going to give him the animation of Dante's MJ scene, but yeah, no, not quite. And then the other thing, of course, being that I was hoping the whole time that like you would get to taunt and then the doppelganger would taunt with you, but it doesn't, but the reason why is because that's your fucking EX provocation, So that's great. Apparently Itsuno did the dance in a video? What? Okay. Well, anyway. Oh, the left, right. Yes, it's the left, right. He did that. It's true. Yeah, so you just get a little extension on the ending type of thing. It's not the reverse angle that like would have been cool, but it still is just a little bit of extra context and whatever. And then they run on to go fight more demons, fight forever, cha-cha-cha.
It's kind of interesting because the way you're describing it and from what I just saw, it's like it's the new content is compatible with the existing story.
It still does work.
Like it's not some alternate universe and it's like I killed Dante and now I'm going to be king of hell or
yeah. No, they end up down there fighting forever anyway. The only difference is Nero was too slow and didn't stop them. You know, I would have accepted an alternate take where Nero got in between them, but just got blown over because they were too strong, and he just eats shit. But yeah, in this instance, you know, they again the conclusion ends up being the same, so it's compatible. All in all, you know, got to go back through it, and I started a Bloody Palace run just to start warming up, and
just for funsies.
Well, that's the real test, because to me, like, LDK is like, you know, in 4 as well. That was your, like, this is your familiarizer, and this is how you're gonna learn to deal with every type of enemy appropriately, maximize your tools, and like, you're not gonna get through LDK. Well, you're not gonna get through LDK without understanding how to fight everything properly, unless you use items and shit, which I'm saying, like, with, you know, not doing that. So yeah, now the goal is to make the run through Bloody Palace honest, and when I have a nice feeling about that, I'm gonna take a crack at it. I'm gonna stream it, so we'll see, because I think I can beat it. Just like I think I can beat 4. But it just, you know, it'll come down to those final rooms. But it'll be a nice little run. So we'll see how it goes. But right now, Virgil feels comfortable. I've gotten used to the new abilities, and I've gotten used to, you know, like, you can definitely play him like 4. You can just rely on old habits, to a degree like 3, but really, you know, 4 is the template. But like, the new shit is, like, it would make your life so much harder to not use his new tools. So that's the main thing about it. Is just, like, you have to keep them in mind. Whereas Dante and Nero are, like, fucking completely different from the way they used to be in those in 4, you know? So you can go off of a basis of an understanding with them, but for the most part, it's a new character.
I can't wait to play it in 2.5, 3 weeks. I don't know. On the 15th.
What are you waiting on?
Well, Virgil only comes out on PC in, like,
the PC
2
version,
weeks.
right? Okay.
Yeah. 3 weeks. 3 weeks.
So that is what's happening there, and of course, now that you unlock the EX color, which is the blue coat, I'll be wearing the blue coat.
Oh,
indefinitely.
Thank goodness.
I like the black coat makes sense because of V, and I understand that, like, you don't want to create visual confusion with Nero, so I understand the decision, but I just don't like the look as much because you know, the blue and yellow trim they're not just what I'm used to, but I like it as the opposite of Dante, you know? I really appreciate that, and the black just doesn't hit the same way. So yeah. So that's 5SE. And then yeah, a couple other things real quick. Decided to get into fighting games this week. We took our last week.
Oh, you finally decided to start playing fighting games?
Finally decided to get into fighting games.
Are fighting games good?
Well, we got into one that was a single-player fighting game.
You were just talking about Devil May Cry 5 SE.
Yeah, but this one is actually a single-player fighting game, though. Because we got into Red Earth, a.k.a. Warzard.
Oh!
Do you know anything? What the fuck you know about Warzard, Pat?
I'll tell you what I know about Warzard. You ready? There's a lion man in it.
Yeah.
That was in Capcom Fighting Evolution.
Mm-hmm.
And that it is the only other fighting game Capcom made on the CPS3 board.
It is not. That's not true. It is the first game Capcom made on the CPS3 board.
Oh, go to hell.
The other game besides Third Strike and the Street Fighter 3 series was JoJo. Heritage
Oh,
for the
really?
Future is
Heritage for the
CPS3.
Future's on CPS3?
Mm-hmm. Totally was.
Weird.
So, they made 3 games on this board, and then the board itself committed Sudoku and ended forever because they're
Yeah, this game looks like trash.
Red Earth, dude, is a weird piece of fighting game history, and we went down that road to find out what was going on. What they were going for is it was the first game on the system, and they essentially were trying to create a sort of new version of Street Fighter 1. So there's 4 characters, and you pick them, and you can play against each other, but you have super bare bones, like, you know, choices where you basically have these 4 characters to fight each other with, including excluding mirror matches, and they have like 1 or 2 moves, 1 or 2 supers, and that's about it. Really bare bones. But then when you play single player and you continue, the adventure mode has all these other bosses that are not playable. And they go into a story mode. There's little cutscenes before and after each fight. During the fight, you collect spells, you level up, you collect money and experience. And in between fights, you unlock moves. And you unlock specials and abilities that like you just didn't have. So you can get your character all the way up to level 32 with a humongous move list where they have like shit on every single quarter circle input, shit on every single DP input, and a bunch of other specials. So like it's this crazy thing where they put all the work into this single player progression and wanted it to be like Street Fighter 1. I don't know why they thought
Why
returning
would
to Street
you
Fighter
ever make
1.
a game based off Street Fighter 1?
Yeah, I don't know why they thought that would be a super great idea, but that's what Red Earth did. And it makes sense why it ends like that. When you know that that's what they were going for, then you kind of go like, okay, now I can see how this plays out. What's sad is, of course, that like this was clear to no one at the time in 1996, and everyone was just confused by it. So you just kind of played for a bit and went, all right, well, let's play the other thing, because Street Fighter 3 is right over there, you know? But the sprites were gorgeous. The characters are incredible. Art Eater on Twitter, shoutouts, has a really cool thread that he posted where they're comparing the Virgin Strider Hiryu to the Chad Mukuro, or Kenji, the ninja from Red Earth, who's so much like sicker. He's crazy well animated. The smoothness in him and his scarf and every little thing he does looks wonderful. And the game has fatalities in it, so he has a move where he fucking rips your goddamn heart out, you know. There's like all these little details, all these little added little details that go into the game that just make it look really, really gorgeous. Tessa, the witch who showed up in SVC Chaos, has some really baggy, bouncy clothes, and like you see how like the weight of that movement affects like everything she does. And one of her buttons, her like roundhouse kick, is just her summoning like a dove that like flies out at you. And
I'm watching a long play right this. I'm skipping through it as you're talking, and I'm seeing a lot of the characters you're describing, and a lot of these bosses that I know you can't play as because I've never seen them ever.
Exactly.
And they're immaculately well animated. Like there's a robot that has like a lance that has interlocking like spinning parts.
There's like a flexile sentry.
Like, yeah, that guy looks nuts.
Mm-hmm.
And all I can think of is if I had played this game for any length of time, only to discover that none of these characters are playable, I would have put it down and just went to something else, like by default.
So here's where you get the fact that years later, right? So we end up seeing Leo as a guest character in Capcom Fighting Jam, aka Capcom Fighting Evolution. We also see Tessa in SVC Chaos and in Pocket Fighter. And then Capcom Fighting Jam also lets you play as Hauser the T-Rex and Newell, the fish thing, right? The squid, exactly. So they made the bosses playable in that game, but nowhere else. And then you kind of just look at it and go, it sucks, but like if they ever really wanted to, they could have made a second version of this game using the existing sprites to just make a real fighter with all the bosses playable, and then you would at least have a 12-character fighter. You know?
With a really weird roster, too. Like, these guys are weirdos.
It'd be a bunch of monsters, but, like, whatever, right? Like, that's what's wrong with a monster fighter. Look at Darkstalkers.
Like, even a bunch of them have, like, these super immaculate, like, transform animations that I can't... Like,
they could have... They clearly look like bosses compared to the 4 heroic heroes that you play as. But I think people would have played and still liked it, you know? And it's one of those things where you're like, man, you already did the art, you know? The sprites exist. It's just such a shame that, like, CPS3 died.
So fucking baffling and stupid.
And really, a Red Earth 2, Warzards, as I called it, would have been the perfect way to get a whole new franchise that people would love.
I'm pretty sure I can confirm that there's no Red Earth 2 on the horizon for Capcom.
It would have been...
By the horizon, I mean ever.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a bunch of sprites sitting there that could have been used to basically put a game together, but it never happened. But when you think about it, like, they've thrown out, like, more work than that. I mean, Capcom Fighting All-Stars represents an entire 3D fighting game that was thrown out.
I don't think there's anything that compares to the like almost mythical Resident Evil 2 development, where they junked a 90% complete game to start the entire thing over without any assets being reused.
Final Fight 7th Son, I believe, was
that just completed and then canceled?
Then they turned it into Streetwise. It just became something else entirely. They canceled that and they rebuilt it from the ground up as Streetwise. But like, yeah, that was a whole other game. They're no strangers to throwing all the work out, you know? So it's a bit weird because sometimes you'll see them
do that anymore, though.
No, but like in the years when sprite recycling was a thing, you know, and in the years when they were like, yeah, fuck it, we drew Ingrid, just shove her in this game, shove Ingrid into Alpha 3. Why not? We did the work. Mackie and Yun, we did the work. Shove them into Alpha 3.
Just remove, this frame and this frame so that it hits the animation budget on the character, and you do it. There, it's done.
CVS2 characters showing up, you know, like they did the fucking thing. So yeah, I feel like in that era, it would have been really cool to just get a weird monster fighter and you know, sit in the background. And anyway, so that was an interesting little trip, that memory lane. And it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, remember, man, like the Capcom is still, you know, like the second best collection of characters next to Nintendo. That's a cool ass lion man. It's a cool witch. It's a cool little like little monkey lady, and a cool little fucking ninja. And yeah, you never have to see them again, but they should throw that shit in the trash.
And you won't. You will never see them again. Christ, you'll never even see them again on your own channel.
I bet you Tessa will show up in some fan service form, because she seems to be the fave of the old roster. No one really gives Lion-O too much play. But
wait, is that his name?
No, it's Leo, but it might as well be Lion-O. Like, fuck off.
His name is Leo.
It's like,
really?
it's Lion. Let's call him Lion-O. Shut up.
Oh no.
Yeah. I would not be surprised. And in fact, like, I'm trying to think. I'm pretty sure they have Teppen cards I think they have Teppen cards.
Oh, Wooly, I mean, there's a Teppen card of you and I at this
Yeah,
point.
no,
Like,
I believe they do, but
I'm waiting for the Teppen card for the valve handle from RE2 at this
there
point.
you go.
Like,
but they absolutely have been playing Tessa more than the others, a bit like the Morrigan of sorts. So yeah, Red Earth 2 Warzards. Let them know you want it. Let them know you want it. Oh boy.
don't do that. Don't talk about that.
It's also super weird because like there's multiple endings and the better you play, the worse your ending gets. So
What?
if you play like when you play as we played as Kenji, and when you beat it, like there's a couple of choices. So when you play, you see your shogun and your subordinates betraying you as they talk to you. They're like they're bullshitting you. And then at the end it asks they set you up for a trap, and the game asks you, do you trust him? Yes or no? And if you say no, then you get then you go to back to the fucking whatever the place, and then you get this series of endings where depending on whether you had more than 20 continues or less than 20 continues, you either see you go back and then they're like, mwahaha, he doesn't know, he's a fool, we'll dispose of him yet, and then you continue to work for them even though you know that you're being used and you're just depressed ninja forever, or you go in and then you kill them, but then knowing that you have no honor because you killed them, you kill yourself. And then there's a third, even more like non-ending of just like, he didn't know anything, so he just continued doing his missions. And it's just like, what, like, getting closer to the truth leads to the worst outcome ever, where you just fucking off yourself and you're like, what?
Oh, it's like real life.
Shit's grim. So anyway, Red Earth, good times. That should be dropping.
We're talking about Red Earth right now
on the channel. Well, there had to come a time. There had to come a time in your life when Warzard was going to be discussed. You evaded it for all these years, but you can evade it no longer.
It's like the last time I talked about Red Earth was when we were playing Capcom Fighting Evolution, and I went, haha, what's this dumb dinosaur? And you went, well, you see, Pat, that's from Red Earth. I'm like, I don't care, haha, dumb.
Well, now everybody knows about Warzard, and they're not going to stop thinking about the name Warzard because it's called Warzard. So yeah, and then just for good old posterity, popped in some Gundam Wing Endless Duel.
Oh, that's a good one.
And not what is there to say, right? It's a fucking solid, good ass game. Super Nintendo Gundam Wing fighting game, brilliant, fun to play, simple, clean, well thought out, just a fun design. Not balanced at all, but that doesn't matter. It's one of those games that fits in right with like Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters, where it's just it's a fun Street Fighter like fighting game on Super Nintendo that they put it together really well, So got to talking about Gundam Wing, got to reminiscing on the complicated feeling there is that comes to this entire franchise and that comes to this particular flavoring of it, because while it deserves to be made fun of for every stupid thing it does, you also have to respect it for introducing like half of you to the world of Gundam to begin with.
There's also a lot of cool shit in Gundam Wing.
Yeah. I still like Zax Marquis. I still like Tall Geese, Trez Kushranada. I still like Heavy Arms. This is all rad shit.
I loved the show's bizarre obsession with numerical characters.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I genuinely don't understand. I think they thought it was funny.
Everyone's a number. Lady Un,
Like,
Duo, Troa, Quattro, you know, etc.
come on. You get it? Do you get it? Do you get it?
So yeah,
They're a number. It's a number.
it was pretty good. It was pretty fun. And then we're playing on Fightcade, and some people joined in, showed us how to play for reals. So I got to experience like the true Gundam Endless Duel experience. And by the end, like we had learned, by the end we were playing and having real matches. Like the tech was established. There's a movement to the game that is unlike anything else. Where, well, it's similar to like the way you kind of play certain floaty characters in Smash, or like playing as Blanca in some cases, where you just have like a really high jump, but like the boosting in that game creates air footsies in a really fun way. And yeah, you can just kind of melt people, and because the system is such that like everyone has a gun from full screen that you can just shoot at each other, but if you block, then you just feed the person meter. Then you have to kind of like not just sit back and zone, because when you zone somebody, they'll have a million resources while you have none. So yeah, it was fun. It was fun to revisit and to dunk on Hiro Yui for fucking being a weirdo that loves blowing himself up.
Hiro Yui is one of the most baffling protagonists I can think of.
Shut up, I'll commit suicide.
His
for the mission.
I'll
kill you.
I watched all of Gundam Wing and the movie multiple times, and I still don't understand his character at all.
Well, a friend of mine from college who was a massive stan as soon as anyone implied that Hiro Yui is a boring character with not enough personality, she would lose her shit, and she would teleport into the room, and she would start yelling at you about how he had tons of personality, but a lot of that was erased due to his past and due to the memories he had of that little girl on the colony, and that he had to eventually kind of create a different hero that he put forward on his missions. So, you know, eventually the hero you see is not the true inner hero.
Yeah, whatever. I don't think he's boring at all. I think he is totally baffling.
He's just
like none of his.
Yeah.
Like, why is he doing anything that he's doing?
Well, here's the thing. He's attractive. And he's got the top billing, and that's all that matters. So
why does he keep saying he's gonna kill that chick, but then he never kills that chick? That's the weirdest part by far.
Because the mission. The mission. He's got to do it.
I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you so bad. Okay, so pull out your piece and just cap her right here in the school, hero.
Yeah.
You could do it. You could do it right now.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they're all kind of weirdos, you know. Like, I'll give you that much. Like, I feel like I forgot his name, but the main character of Iron Blooded Orphans is also got that sort of just like, I'm a soldier kid. I'm straightforward. I'm a soldier. I'm going to do the soldiery thing. But then he makes some decisions and does some stuff that's like, okay, no, you're pretty fucking real about it. Whereas I feel like Hero is just, he's just kind of like, he likes the idea of it almost, but then he has these memories and flashbacks that fucking stop him, and whatever. It's fucking Gundam Wing. I'm not getting into goddamn, you know.
Hey,
not,
hold on.
Mika actually shoots people, right? Hero threatens to shoot people, and then Mika actually does it. He fucking caps a motherfucker.
Here's something for you about Gundam Wing, and you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember Endless Waltz, that movie where they're fighting the robots at the end?
Maramea Barton.
Do you remember that part where the guy shot all the missiles at Troa, and then Troa put the guns up, and then he shot all the missiles, and you saw the side shot of him shooting the missiles, and the missiles all blew up.
It's pretty sick.
I remember that. That's my defining memory of that movie.
Yo, Heavy Arms Custom, the mass-produced version, the colors drop out. It goes from being yellow and orange to being like a military green, dark blue, and gray and black. It's got the 4 extra guns on the shoulders, the 4 extra...
That was always the thing I was always baffled by, which is why didn't he get more guns like that?
They gave him more. It was great.
You know what? We're not talking about Gundam Wing until I get to talk about the fucking unbelievable nonsense that was the way Gundam Wing aired on Cartoon Network, I think it was, not or whatever.
Everywhere, as far as I'm concerned.
They've aired the first 4 episodes, and then they aired Endless Waltz, and then they aired the remaining episodes.
Yeah.
That was so confusing.
I mean, the other thing too is that like I feel like based on one, our understanding of what like Power Rangers was at the time, and then 2, the intro with Two Mix in the background dropping wild beat communication on us. You'd see all these characters, you see the boy band hanging out and posing, and you're like, oh, look at all the Gundams, they all have their own. Man, wow, look at the team. And then you watch the fucking show, and what team? They never
meet up until
they're
like
never
the last
together. There's never
like,
a team.
Troa and Katra are hanging out for a while, and I'm going to assume doing it behind the scenes because those dudes were totally into each other.
I mean, everyone was, but
aside from that,
yeah, you're waiting for these like for your big like title shot moment. You're like, fuck off. This is not a Sentai team. They're not gonna hang out. They never get together. They want to like Wu Fei's trying to kill everybody and yell about Nataku, and just you're like, man, not even once, huh? And even when they're working together, they're doing so from like completely different fucking sides, you know.
I think it says a lot about Gundam Wing that as a obvious anime in the series of Gundam, which is about the ongoing battles between the colonies and the Earth that switches all sorts of perspectives, that's about the nature of war and how war is bad. Even if we go to space, war will still be bad. Wooly, let me ask you a question, because I can't answer it, and I think it's really funny that I can't answer it. What is the reason that they go to Earth to start shooting it up with mobile suits in the first place?
If I remember correctly, God, it's been so long. I think it's because the scientists they conspired on behalf of the colonies to go fuck shit up on Earth because Earth was being mean to the colonies. And
was it?
Oz was basically fighting to be like, fuck you, Earth, you can't tell us what to do. Stop killing our people. We want freedom.
Like I genuinely can't remember at all.
I'm pretty sure it was the same fight as the Xeon space independence thing, except in this context it was just we're sending in these 5 idiots and they'll do all the dirty work on Earth.
They'll use their orbital frames to fuck that shit up. But also, you know what that reminds me of?
We got mobile dolls though.
So I loaded up fucking Zone of the Enders 2 on the PS5 just to see how it ran. Guess what? It runs great. Looks great. But I watched that intro cutscene and like the first like half hour of the game. That game's translation is so bad as to be like nonsensical. Like I don't know what the characters are talking about.
Really?
Like what's the last time you played Zone of the Enders 2?
On the channel, I did a full LP of it, probably
Like,
2018.
There's the first discussion Dingo has with Ken. Every line read feels like they've lost their minds.
Because it's Kojima line reading. Like, it's,
No, but it's even more confusing than that. Because it's like, give me that frame, even if you're Baram, that's too rough. It sure is. Like, what? What does that mean?
Do you know how many of my men died back there? Oh!
Dingo!
Yeah. Yeah, no. The line reads, it's inexplicable. But yeah, Gundam Wing. Never forget, you know. Endless Duel, Relina Peacecraft, all of that. Amazing music in that game. Amazing, like, overall sprite quality back on the Super Nintendo. And, you know, just like I would definitely say forgotten gem. And one that really upset me when I found out about it, because I was like, how is one of the best fighting games for the Super Nintendo not translated into English? They never bothered. And that's insane to me, because think about, like, Gundam Wing is the most popular Gundam in the West, you know? Mm-hmm. It's crazy. And they made an amazing fighting game with that brand. It's the right one. It's the most, like, West-worthy, like, thing they could have fucking had, and they just never bothered, you know? So yeah, that was a good time. I was pretty fun in particular because when I jumped into the Fightcade for it, like, one of the like, there was someone in there, like, there was a group of people already in there, just hanging out in in the Gundam Wing fucking section, and like one of them jumped on and played some matches with us. As there always will be. Yeah. So that's how I know you're legit if I pick a game for the week and then I go in and you guys are already there when I get there before I even announced what game it's gonna be. I'm like, I trust what you have to say about this game. So that was a really good time as well. And if you're one of those people out there that's just going, but when's Battle Assault 2 though? Listen.
Shut up.
Listen, all right? Just because it has Big Zam doesn't mean you want to play it. I love Big Zam.
Trash.
It's fucking shit, man.
That game is
It has more fan service, but the game itself is bad. And it's like, if you just ignore the gameplay, if you just want, you could look at the character select screen and go, hey, look, it's G, it's Big Sam, it's Guy. Wow. And then after you get done marking out at the character select screen, you just stop playing it. You can do that, you know? But this fucking thing of like, no, play Battle Assault 2, it's like, why would you, Wing is so much better as a game. You know, and it's like like I was comparing it to Heritage for the Future versus All-Star Battle with JoJo, you know, like one's got more fan service, but the other is a funner game to play, you know?
Oh my god, I'm watching footage of Gundam Battle Assault 2, like
Gundam Battle Assault.
Oh man. This game is terrible.
Everyone's got a little air dodge though. I like the air dodge. I always liked that thing where you could just like deke into the background, you know? Anyway, I think it's pretty clear. It's like you get to pop it in, you get to see the fucking fan service, you get to see the cast of spanning multiple games instead of multiple Gundam franchises. So that's cool to see all those things. But then the moment you have to start playing it, it's just awful. Might as well just pop in fucking X Versus again, you know? All right.
This game looks like shit.
Anyway,
I hate it.
The battle of fan service versus like actual fun gameplay.
Oh, there's no arguing with it. Like the fucking Jump Force, people talk about it.
Xenoverse tournaments, dude. Xenoverse tournaments.
There's no arguing with anyone.
You can't.
I'm sure there's somebody out there who says DMC2's best game because you can play in Diesel Jeans, and they really like Diesel Jeans.
Like,
I believe somebody had the audacity to ask me the other week, like, dude, did you know that there's like a weird crossover in DMC2?
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I know, because I beat the game once with those costumes on.
Yeah.
It was horrible.
I mean, look, it's if the person in question is not sure of the difference between like what makes the game feel good versus what doesn't, then there's not much you can say. It's like, it's all right. You might not be aware of this, but like, yeah, like the fan service in a thing at the end of the day is going to be the difference between me wanting to come back to this after years versus not wanting to touch it at all. Thank God fucking Mbon is a really good game to play, because now that can be it has every franchise in it. It has more fan service than any other, and it's also really fun, and it's called Mbon.
Can I really... There's really a problem with many of these types of games, and that is that you just called it Mbon, and it took me maybe the whole time you finished that sentence to even realize what game you're talking about. And I still can't tell you what the actual title of the game is. I don't know. I literally don't know what it is. Like,
Mobile Suit Gundam Extreme versus Maxi Boost On.
Like, they need to have titles that people can say so that you can talk to people about them. I'm looking at you, Under Night. I'm looking at you.
But then again, Last Blade 2's Japanese title is just a haiku. So,
yeah, I know.
You
mention it every time Last Blade 2 comes up.
I love it. Shoutouts to Swery.
I will be looking in my goddamn cutlery drawer, and I will say, "Oh man, I think I'm down to my last blade in here for my steak," and you will stick your head through the window and go, "Did you know that Last Blade 2's title is actually a haiku?"
It's great.
And I will say, "Yes, Wooly, please go."
Unist, Uniclear, Uniel. We're already here. We've proven
these
that
legitimately all sound like face care products.
It doesn't matter how weird a naming convention is. It will eventually become normal over the course of a couple months.
Normal to its own audience. No one will ever tell you that that doesn't play those games that the Under Night In Birth series has a normal titling scheme.
I would say that people at large, in terms of like the video game following, like people, because there's video game not following people but still play, and then there's video game news following people. I would say that people that have never played it are still used to the fact that the game is called BlazBlue and not BlazeBlue, or Blue Blazes for that matter. The game is called BlazBlue and not Blue Blaze, and I think everyone has completely stopped thinking about that. Even though it's like you're staring at it and it still makes no sense, but we're here. Or
what's an In Birth?
In Birth is it is actually I believe it's referring to the vanishment of void. No, it's referring to the whatever the special like creatures or people are in that world. It's referring to like the creation of them, but it's also a pun, because if you say it with B and V being the same letter in Japanese, then it's also saying inverse at the same time.
I am about to leave the Discord call. I'm going to leave the Discord
Inbas is Inbas. Inverse is in birth. Under night, inverse, in birth. Get it? You see, the Somnium Files, it's also AI, but it's also the eyeball.
That one's the worst.
But it's also an eyeball, but the AI is in the eyeball, and her name is I, because I is a name, but I also means love. Get it?
That one is out of control. Like even
Get it?
Even like I played that game for a couple hours, and even in universe, they're like tripping over themselves over the multiple meanings.
AI,
Like
I, love, name, eyeball. Yeah.
You know, Shakespeare thought puns were really funny. And he died.
Who, Billy Shakes? He liked puns?
Yeah. Well, Bill Shakesman.
Damn.
He's dead now.
I really do wish I wish for a moment I could see what it is about English puns and dual meanings that, like,
It's so appealing.
That Japanese people love so much, and writers in particular. And I feel like if I had to take a guess, it's because of how kanji has multiple readings to it. And I feel like because you can take something like a character's name with different kanji, and then if you read it a different way, it has a completely different feeling to it, which then can create an alternate character or a secret truth about them. And it's a way of hiding something right under your nose without ever making it obvious. I feel like because of that existing convention in the language, when English accidentally does it, then it's like, oh, cool. It's like that thing that happens with kanji, except now it's happening with strand.
So there's a really good. Did you ever watch Let's Mosey, which is Tim Rogers' breakdown of the translation in FF7?
I didn't.
So there's one bit that stands out to me about this that I'm like, wow, that game's actually way better than I thought it was. Like, the way better written, that is. And that is, in English, Sephiroth calls Cloud a traitor pretty consistently. Right? It's like, yada yada, you're a traitor, whatever. But in Japanese, the word for traitor more specifically means like backstabber. So he calls him a backstabber. Okay. And he does that before you actually see the flashback in which Cloud literally stabs him through the back.
Okay.
And I'm like, oh, there's like a...
Is it
wow.
Uragiri Mono?
Dude, I don't know.
Okay. It's... Because that's a pretty fucking good one for that specific purpose. That's excellent. Yeah.
I don't know these words.
Also, shout outs to someone translating it and then like making sure that it's the perfect fit for the context and not just like phoning it in.
Well, the translator for FF7 totally phoned it in. He didn't have time. But yeah, I like with a language that has all these kind of funny little hidden meanings and ways you can combine them. I can understand why people would be into puns, but English feels a lot more like a blunt instrument. So these ideas just become.
I mean, even among other fucking Roman languages, like it is the simplest and dumbest, because you know it drops off a lot of the other shit you get from not Roman, sorry, Latin based. It drops off a lot of the things like other languages like French and Spanish and other languages.
Oh wait, hold on. English is not a Latin language.
Not Latin. Sorry. Blah.
English is Germanic.
Thank you. My brain is fucking being stupid. Of all the languages that share that kind of core, English doesn't have like the gendering of objects. It doesn't have a lot of the same pluralizing that like you catch in some of the other languages as well. It cuts a lot of shit out that other languages have. So even by comparison to its own peers, it's kind of caveman. You know?
Yeah, English is a fucking weird ass language. Like, because it's German based, but now it's absorbed so much from other languages now that it's kind of like the fucking weird language. It's a fucking homunculus, is what I'm saying. English is the homunculus of languages.
And modern English is also like borrowing a fuck ton of words every couple of fucking sentences. You know?
Yeah.
But a lot of things are. That's just a result of global culture. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say
what I'm saying is that the puns are terrible. That's what I'm saying.
But I think that's why they like them. I think that's why Japanese writers like English puns so much and are willing to base an entire story's plot twist around a pun because of the multiple reading kanji thing. I think that might be why, but I don't have any proof to back that up. You know, it's fucking. It's gonna continue to be a thing, and you're gonna have these moments where you're gonna eye roll, and you're just gonna be like, "Oh my god, yes, we know, we get it."
All right, we're gonna take a second. Let's all have a moment of retching for Death Stranding's plot almost being straight up ruined by its own dedication to the worst pun I have ever heard in my life, because it combines multiple languages in a way that no one would ever intuit.
Which one? Because there's a bunch of them.
The character's name being in French and English, and that being the big twist, is the worst.
I think we fucking blew all of them out when we talked about it. If there's someone out there that still hasn't beaten or still is avoiding the ending of Death Stranding, then, you know, let's not fucking spoil it for them. But like what you're describing, like that, there's that one. But, like, I don't know if that one is any particularly worse than, like, the 5 others that are the theme of the game.
I bring that one on because it is also associated with a character that almost ruins the game as well. Like, Death Stranding is so crazy because every character's name is some kind of weird haha Kojima pun thing.
Yeah.
And it has the worst one I've ever seen, to the point where it almost destroys the game's story. But it also has the best one I've ever seen that dramatically improves a already great character in Die Hard Man.
That's great.
Like, his is the best.
His is fantastic. You know which there's another one I really like, which is Mads.
Mm-hmm.
I really like his as well. That was to me that represents about where it should be without fucking rubbing your goddamn face in it. You know? That's where it should be.
There is a part in Death Stranding where Sam Bridges looks at the camera and goes, all according to Keikaku, and another character looks at the camera and goes, Keikaku means plan.
Ba-bon.
That happens. That's a real thing.
They got him to sing a Japanese bath song, man. He doesn't know what the fuck. Anyway, yes. Thank you, the Somnium Files.
I was riding on my motorcycle with Norman Reedus, which is me.
Mm-hmm. And you got to appreciate, too, when a franchise just decides, you know what? Fuck it. We're not going to try. The name of this game is Danganronpa. Too bad. Learn how to say it. Like, they just completely give up on even trying. It's like, oh, well, it kind of vaguely refers... It's the truth bullet, but just no. It's Danganronpa. That's it. Fucking that too bad, you know? Like, we're giving no effort towards this whatsoever. You want to learn this weeb shit, you want to play this weeb shit, you're probably into it anyway.
You're going to do the weeb thing now.
Yeah. Not even giving it a chance. Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. You see, it kind of means break through the heavens, Crimson Eye. But what?
But it also really doesn't.
Like, yeah. Just straight up Japanese title. Do ra 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 ra. Yeah, I mean I respect it there too. I don't not respect it when they just go, you know what? We can't come up with anything to make this work. We're just gonna fucking stick with it. Which actually we'll talk about a little bit later today, but in this same titling vein of discussion, you kind of have to bring up something like The World Ends With You, which is an incredible title and translation that has nothing to do with Subarashiki, which is just basically Brave New World, splendid world, whatever. And in this case, Shin Subarashiki, which they're translating as Neo, The World Ends With You. And it's like, in both cases, really cool titles, but the English title, which is not a direct translation, is still a fucking great title. So
it's also way better. It's just way better.
It's an excellent outcome that you don't often see when it comes to these things. But we'll talk about that when we drop the news. If you would like to tune in to the adventures of Wooly versus Red Earth Warzard and Endless Duel, check out Get Into Fighting Games this week. It's going to be coming out. We also are we're just about ready to wrap up with Call of Duty. Call of Duty is Infinite Warfare's campaign is excellent. It's so good. Not much else to say besides I've enjoyed it thoroughly, and I feel that like the fan base at large, there's an awareness where like the Call of Duty news Twitter had a tweet where they were like, Infinite Warfare has the best campaign story, and then it has a little attachment that just says this news is not disputed with the little Twitter thing. It's a really good time. And so right around this week, I believe we should be hitting the final stretch. Mario as well, we're going to be working through it, and then making our way over to the next slate of games. And then of course 13 Sentinels continues as well, and I don't even have enough noises left in me to describe the fucking train. The train, it's not a train anymore. Like, there are no tracks, and like saying that it's going to space is not doing it justice. You're leaving all concepts of reality behind with the head fuckery in this game. And I'm amazed, I have to say, this far in, that again, and no details here, I'm amazed at 13 Sentinels just from you called it out as being one of the most ambitious games ever, and the fact that it's delivering on that in a way where people can choose how they want to experience the story by just randomly going in all directions until they uncover enough.
When I was playing it, I decided to randomly go in all directions, and
it's a lot, and it seems to be trying to make your brain overload. It seems to be what it wants to do.
I randomly started to go in all directions, and while that is insanely confusing, it does provide these incredible moments.
Yes, I know exactly what you're going to say.
I'm going to use a non-spoilery example.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
So there's a character who is staying at Kurabe's house, and he's like, I hate that you're staying at my house. And then you just like, well, why are you staying at my house? It's like, oh, because my next door neighbor, like, I owe her a favor, and she brought you to my house, and now you're staying at my house, right? And so I'm like, why is that character just? It's this weird little side thing, like, why is he staying at that particular location, right? And then I'm playing as the girl and meet that character for the first time in a wildly different set of circumstances. And then go, how do we get from this, where everything is literally on fire, to, oh yeah, hey, can you stay at my can you let my friend stay at your place? And you get to see these disparate points, and you get to go, but how does this part get... It's very similar to a weird habit that I used to have that apparently is relatively common, where I would read a lot of books, read a lot of novels, and the first thing that I would do before reading my new novel is I would always read the last page.
You talked about that, yeah.
I'd always read the last page, and you'd be shocked at how not descriptive of an ending the last page of most novels are. They would often be like almost thematic more than event-wise.
Yeah.
And then you start it, and you go, but how do you get, like what, I said, and your brain starts to fill in those places.
If I'm excited for the work, I would never do that. But like, if I didn't give a fuck, I could see myself doing it. But like, yeah,
it depends on the medium, honestly. And like 13 Sentinels is a really good example, because the ending of that game, I'm going to assume, is something along the lines of we beat up the robots.
Who knows? Who knows, right?
We beat the robots up.
But what I want to applaud, and what I want to applaud is the fact that, like, so what you just described is something that happens constantly. And your random scattershot attempt to get through this game will inadvertently sometimes lead to scenes that are meant to be insanely crazy mindfuck confusing, having a ton of context where you actually go, oh fuck, I know exactly what's happening here, right? So sometimes you don't know, and you get, your brain cracks open and you get the noises that we made, and then sometimes you do know, and then you're just like, wow, this thing had to be play tested to a point where they realized exactly where the game needs to gate you to say, no, you can't go further until you see this event.
The first battle gate in the game is probably the best example I can think of, where it's like, you may not see anything past this unless you have seen this one cutscene of these two characters talking about sports, essentially. And
so it masterfully weaves through in this thing where it's like, you can explore to your heart's content until you discover the edge of the wall, and then you start making your way out from the wall and find out exactly where the limits are, and then you get through it, and then you experience it again, and it's so intricately built that you're like, yes, it is ambitious, but it's succeeding at it. And I love how fucking the attention to detail.
I have not played the game in about a month. I've been falling off with a lot of streams and a lot of other stuff, so I plan on going back to it this week. I bet I will actually have no problem catching up and remembering what was going on, because every single character storyline is so fucking ridiculously striking.
But there are fine points that are easy to forget.
Remembering what events occurred in what character storyline, I mean, that's, whatever. I'll let you know next week how it is jumping back in. But I will say one thing. I have one complaint about the game, and its level of confusion. Because there is one point which started confusing and has only become more difficult to follow over time. And I will try and talk around this. But there is one character in that story that I think, scene to scene, is dramatically overused. In which you'll talk to them, and then you'll have to leave the room and talk to them again, and then leave the room and talk to them again, and again, and again, and again, and they're everywhere. There's just too much of this character in almost every part of the game to the point where I don't know. I barely know who the fuck I'm talking to half the time.
Okay, well, I'm not going to say anything about that, but I will say that there are right now. I'm telling you, you're going to hit up against little details that are very important in these scenes that are very, like, if you blink and you'll miss it, for example, you know.
Yeah.
You'll see a dream of something, or you'll see something in some way. And it won't be, and you will have no context for what you're staring at, and then people will not look or sound the way you expect, and then suddenly a little thing, one line exchange between two characters will make you go, wait, what? And then, like, you might miss the next thing. So believe me when I say that those mystery file section and the event file section are really needed to refresh your memory and catch you back up to speed with things, you know? And yeah, that level of you will eat when the food is ready, you are not fucking ready for this meal, there is a character that you unlock of the cast that you play as, and everyone's got their prologues and more. There is someone where you play their prologue and then the game goes, yeah, now you're done. Get the fuck out.
Yeah. No,
you're
that
done.
was because their prologue is literally the craziest thing in the game, and they go, "No, it's over now." And you're like, "No, I really need to find out what's."
Shut up.
The important one.
Shut up. You're not allowed.
It's really important.
So it's basically.
Well, it's not. It's because that character actually knows what's going on in the plot, so you can't really. You're not allowed to see too much of them.
Listen. Right now, 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim is in Ghost Game of the Year position for me.
Yeah,
it's got the gray life.
It's pretty nuts.
Yeah, it's in Ghost Gotti right now, and all it's got to do is continue on its path, and if it doesn't botch any cornering, and if it doesn't fucking crash at any point, it's got it. It's where I'm putting it right now. So that is a yeah. It is unbelievably worth your time and effort, and I love that I can talk about how good a Vanillaware game is and how engaged in the story I am, and not even have to mention that it continues to be the most gorgeous thing in every single scene.
Well, everybody knows that now.
It's Vanillaware. We don't even have to call attention to it. But it's the thing that you would be stuck with in a way where you're like, well, God, this game is so gorgeous, but it has other problems with their other games. And here, you're so wrapped in what's going on that it's like, it's not even on the tongue, you know? So, 13 Sentinels continues. After which, of course, like I said, we'll be moving on to the Yakuza series very quickly. Yakuza 0 coming up, and Reggie versus Demon Souls soon. So please look forward to Wooly versus.
When I went through because I went through all the side quests and I gave you the side quest guide of like the absolute must-haves on camera, there was a lot less of those requirements than I expected. Like that, there's a lot of good stuff in that game, but of stuff that I can think of that it's like, no, that gotta do that one. There was less than I expected. But what I'm very interested in is seeing how you bounce off the Cabaret game, because that is the most Yakuza series long form minigame of all, which is managing your hostesses. Because it starts off as, this is a weird social thing. I don't understand hosting or hostessing. It seems weird. I don't get it. This is really bizarre. And then you think about it and you're like, well, in order to get Majima's final upgrades, you need to do it. By the way, if you want to get the final upgrades for Majima, you need to do it.
And it's the final upgrades are those cool moves, right?
Are the styles from Yakuza 1.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
It's like, you want to play as Kiryu the Dragon of Dojima or Mad Dog Shimano Majima? Well, you got to do it.
Okay.
And then a couple hours in, the this is weird, I don't want to play this management waifu game has disappeared, and you're like, do you think if I ask this guy about work and get the bonus time, he'll order the gold? Ooh, my quotas. Do I need a new ashtray? Get this guy a new ashtray. It's great.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
And with that, I'd like to segue into talking about Yakuza 7, if I may.
Please do. Check out all that on Wooly Versus on Twitch and Twitter. Excuse me, on YouTube. I wanted to, you know what? Well, whatever. I just want to let people know that the process of DMCA cleansing will start happening. In fact, it's already started. So some Twitch content will be going away. Nothing on Twitch that's gone is not already on YouTube, however. So everything that's going to be cleared out has a YouTube video, and for other segments I'm downloading and having them archived. But yeah, because of the Twitch shit, we're just going to start clearing out anything that's at risk. So just a quick heads up that anything might go on the Twitch archives. Anyway,
so Yakuza 7, I got to, so whatever, that game's incredible. I don't want to talk about too much about the generic, like how incredible the game is, because it's incredible. That's probably going to be my game of the year. That game's nuts. But at some point in the Yakuza series, they decided that every character, or every game, if you're only playing as one character, needs to get one massively expanded minigame. So in the first couple, there was always like, well, you go to the batting cages, or you could go to you could do this, or you could go golfing, or maybe fishing, or you could play shogi, whatever. All the millions of mini games that they always have, right? But I think it was Yakuza 4 where they started. It's like, no, everyone will have their own event. Like Saejima will have construction in the sewers, and then in Yakuza 5, it's like, no, Saejima will now fucking go bear hunting, and you will have a hunting game inside your Yakuza, and Kiryu will be racetrack drifting with taxi cabs, etc. And in Yakuza 0, they did business, right? You got real estate for Kiryu, and they got running a hostess club for Majima. And now for 7, with Ichiban, they have, dude, you are going to become the CEO of a cracker company. Ichiban Senbei. They sell Senbei crackers. And you are going to take that company to #1 in Yokohama.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a business employee sales management simulator, in which you are investing the company funds into various properties, gaining loans. You're shuffling around employee rosters, deciding who gets a raise. It's
championship manager.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very in depth. It works off a fake gotcha system where employees will be SSRs or SRs or rares or oh, dude, I got the rare employee from the sandwich shop. His stats are evenly divided.
Nice.
But it's also combined with the humor of the series. So, like, for example, you start the game with 3 employees. One is the grandma that runs the senbei shop. One is the part-timer old lady who also helps run the senbei shop. And the other is Omelette, the chicken.
Oh, yes,
Omelette,
the chicken.
Mm-hmm. Upon being upgraded, can run the shop by herself.
Mm-hmm.
And in Japanese, the character's name is not Omelette. It's in fact actually Nugget Jr. It's directly continuing on. And in storyline meetings, Omelette sits at the table and the camera will zoom in on her going bagok as she engages in the conversation.
So,
because of course she does.
Well,
She's a valued member of the staff.
So when this is the canon world that the game takes place in, like, what is even the point of your main character hallucinating his Dragon Quest adventures?
I think the idea is that in the world of Yakuza, a guy hallucinating Dragon Quest adventures is not that outlandish after all, right? Like it doesn't need to go that far, so that's why everyone can just kind of hang with it.
Mm-hmm.
So you do all this, and then you go through your business periods, which culminate in shareholder meetings, which require you to meet shareholder arguments and then blast them with counter arguments until they are happy and giant hearts fly out of them. And if you're doing poorly in your shareholder meeting, a meter is building up, and it can go from 1, 2 to 3, which are progressive levels of you groveling at the shareholders' feet, with the ultimate move being the full bow down and going, "We are very sorry for your inconvenience."
Dude, I'm just like, oh, I can't ever escape those Iwata versus the shareholder transcripts, man.
Oh yeah, no, that's what it is. That's what it is.
Fucking
And you know what you're doing, Wooly? People are saying, "I don't think you're doing enough to push this business forward." And then you get your chicken, which is a blue type, to counter their argument with bagok, and the shareholder goes, "Oh, that's great. I love. Yeah, that's good meeting. That's incredible." Okay.
Beautiful.
That whole storyline's really funny. It's really good. The business game is actually a lot of fun. I played through the whole thing, almost all the whole thing on stream. It's just a really great mini game. But the most interesting thing about it is that all of these, like, business games, or however you would call them in these, take place in what I'm calling the business dimension. Because engaging with them once is mandatory. Engaging with them ever again is not. And Yakuza 7 has by far the weirdest problem, because for much of the early game in Yakuza 7, you are homeless or just barely not homeless. And when you go and completely max out this minigame, you go from a story cutscene in which you are sitting in a $100 million company building with a view of downtown Yokohama's Ferris wheel, and you are dealing with hundreds of billions of yen a day. You are getting a 3 million yen bonus per shareholder meeting. And then at the end of the day, you look at Namba, who is covered in piss rags, and go, "All right, dude, let's go back to our one-room shack above the whorehouse and eat ramen."
And this is all a side quest.
Oh, yeah, it's a side quest. And none of that shit matters because it takes place in the business dimension.
And yeah, you're not, it's not the main story, so whatever.
Because it could have not happened.
Right.
And on top of this, it gets extra crazy because that business side game, upon completion, gives you a character, a party member. A really, really good party member. She's an office clerk, which in the Yakuza 7 mentality translates into ninja.
Okay.
Because she throws office thumbtacks like throwing stars and hits people with senbei crackers as if they were shuriken, etc. And I am working on upgrading her ruler to a super high frequency ruler. And that is the name of the item. All right,
man. Like HF, like any object is just like
it's so stupid.
That's so specific too, because it's a straight pull. That's fantastic. That's great. That's great.
And
okay.
here's where it gets really wild. So Aerie is a great party member. I really like her character. I did all of her S-Link stuff. She's probably the strongest party member. And she hangs out with my party, and she even has like those little conversations where you walk next to a camera store, and then your party members talk, yada yada. But because she was acquired from the business dimension, as soon as a real cutscene starts up, she disappears and is not part of the story at all. And it's so weird. There's a part of the story where my guys were all kidnapped by the Chinese and we're all being hung up by chains, and we're like, oh man, are we gonna get tortured to death? And all I can think of is like, well, good thing Aerie's not here. She can call the Cracker Company and get, oh no, wait, that character's not real. That character doesn't exist.
I mean, clearly this is not every side quest, but like, are there other full-on enterprise side?
No, this is the one.
Okay, and every game, and you were saying before that every game has one that is like a side gig.
Now, because this is an RPG, you get a party member out of it, where otherwise you would get money or moves or a gun, right? So
Guns,
not having those
really?
things.
Okay.
Yeah. Whereas this, it's so baffling. It's so weird. Like I literally went from the cutscene of like, Ichiban, we're the #1 company in Yokohama, we're rich, immediately into a cutscene in which party members were complaining that the mattresses they were using were still wet from the day's work before in the whorehouse.
Oh my god. Okay. All right.
That game's great.
Good game.
That game's great. That game's great.
Cracker Factory.
Well, it's the senbei shop, but it is a cracker. Senbei's a rice cracker.
Is it a cracker for entertaining people? Do you use them for entertaining purposes?
No, you usually use them as like melee weapons.
Okay.
There's a cracker move where you take two giant senbei and you smack them.
Okay.
You also get Omelette as a healing summon, where Omelette
I think I've seen that cutscene actually. Yeah.
And sprint an infinity symbol on the floor and then fire an egg at you that you will then eat to heal the party. Because I mean,
it's a bit fucked up naming a chicken after food in both circumstances, but
yeah, it's a little fucky.
But clearly, like they're like, if they're not going with Nugget, we're going with some other version.
Well, I mean, remember, this is a culture that has a rice bowl called the mother and daughter fucking bowl,
we talked about it like a week ago.
Which is a nightmare. Which is a horrible nightmare food.
Yeah, the chicken omelet. We ended on a chicken omelet a week or two ago. Yeah.
I don't want it. Excuse me 1 second. What are you eating?
Oh boy.
What are you eating?
Oh boy.
What are you eating? Are you eating hair?
Well, anyway, yeah, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Well, how about both? You can put them together and conceptually realize what you're actually consuming, and think about it for a second. Damn.
Yeah. All right.
Absolute mastery of an animal.
So, yeah. I've been also playing a bunch of Demon Souls, which, guess what? It's Demon Souls.
Yep.
I was able to confirm that there is a very big change they made to the game that they haven't told anybody about. I don't know why they didn't. But the original Demon Souls had the world tendency system.
You still throwing yourself off at the Nexus?
Yeah, you throw yourself off the Nexus so that you don't fuck up a world's tendency because you want to push it towards pure white or alternate towards pure black, yada yada. You don't actually even need to know how that system works to appreciate the change. The difference is that the problem in the original Demon Souls is that when you loaded your save game, it would sync up your tendencies from each world to a server average, which would always neutralize whatever progress you made. So you'd be doing this thing where you'd beat multiple bosses and throw yourself to death in the Nexus so that, I made sure to get pure white so I can get that item. But if you turned the game off and reloaded it, the server would average it out to neutral, and then it would be infuriating.
As soon as you went online.
The only way around this was to play the game offline.
Yeah.
Which sucked ass.
Yeah.
Because playing the game online is the shit. Right? I can confirm with the remake, they have removed the online server sync. Your world tendency changes are your own. The only thing that affects them are your own actions. You can play the game online without having to worry about missing out on pure black tendency because this, that. It's a big improvement.
So when you... Yeah, okay. Because, again, I'm remembering all that shit that you guys were explaining at the time, and it's like... You leave an if you leave an archstone near white and you leave it while you have your humanity, then it moves it to pure white upon leaving, and then in the Nexus, if you die there, it doesn't affect the next archstone, and you just you don't get invaded.
I can give you a fucking breakdown on this. It's very annoying, but the basic deal is that pure white, basically, worlds have 7 states from pure white to neutral to pure black, and they affect a number of stats. They affect a number of world state changes,
enemies showing up, etc. Yeah, I
remember showing
all
up.
That. Yeah,
how many health items get dropped versus upgrade materials. The reason why everybody wants to try and get their world pure white is because there's only 2 ways to push the meter up: killing bosses, of which there's only 3 per goddamn world, or killing invaders while you're human. But if you're human and the invader kills you, you actually move it towards black. So that's the least reliable way possible. So it was always so infuriating that you're trying to get, like, the number one frustration was there's a weapon you can only get from the second world if you're pure white tendency, which requires you to kill both bosses in that world without dying in human form once. So, and also don't go online because it'll screw up it sucked. It absolutely sucked.
So now that you've put a little time into it, some of the stuff that is like based on, because the time that just didn't exist, they haven't modified gameplay in any way, right? Like, you don't, for example,
they have modified gameplay in just a tiny little bit.
Can you do drop attacks?
No. When I say tiny little bit, I mean tiny little bit.
Okay.
So I can give you the list of total changes, like, right now. Number 1, the graphics are very nice. They're very good graphics. Number 2, drop rates on the rarest items have been significantly increased. So instead of farming a pure blade stone for maybe 10 hours, you could maybe farm it for maybe 45 minutes.
Okay.
They have added a new feature in the game to ask forgiveness if you hit an enemy.
I was going to ask about pardoning. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Because
there's now
NPCs in that game, once you made them hostile, they were forever, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So you can ask for forgiveness. You can change the look of your character without having to make a new character.
Is it a new NPC?
No, it's a statue.
Okay.
And the third one is you can enter into something called Fractured World. And Fractured World is literally mirroring the image on the screen from left to right. It is a horizontal invert of the image. So your main hand, your right hand. So say I have a sword in my right hand, shield in my left hand. They've been in reverse. I have a sword in my left hand, a shield in my right hand.
Just for character preference, just for player preference, rather.
No. Turns out, just mirroring the goddamn world is wildly disorienting. Because when you hit R1, your character swings with their left hand. And when you hit like L1, your character blocks with their right hand shield.
Okay, it doesn't actually mirror the controls then.
No, it only mirrors the image. It is actually a significant difficulty modifier because it is very confusing. In that fractured mode, there are items that only show up in it, that you need a bunch of which to open a secret door that was actually added with the remake.
Which I did see about the secret door, and I saw people talking about what's behind it as well. So
they've added a couple miscellaneous new items. They have added a couple new rings. The only one of which I think is worth mentioning is they have added a ring you can get that removes the movement penalty in the swamp.
Okay.
Which is very significant. That is a huge, huge, huge improvement.
But, like, I assume you're still just rocking Cling and Thief for the entire game.
Most of the game, yes.
So what are we doing here? Who cares?
When you grab when you use soul items from the menu, there's no animation at all anymore. It just literally gives you the souls.
Okay.
And just asks you how many.
Okay.
There is also, I mean, the load times are improved, but I mean, obviously, I don't know if I'm forgetting. I feel like there's a couple
omnidirectional rolling
changes. Oh yes, omnidirectional rolling. Oh, and the online play with your pals has actually changed in two ways. One, they've changed it to be like Dark Souls 2. You can now like have 6 people in an online session, which means you can have 2 invaders and I think 3 blue phantoms to help you. And in addition, you can now create passworded games.
Right, so we can play online without getting, sniped.
You can play passworded games, and you can also have the passworded game. What do you call it? Ignore level changes. So if you actually just want to run a bunch of versus sets, you can totally do it by finding a nice secluded place and just invading each other back and forth with the password.
Ignore level changes.
Yeah, because there's always a soul level thing of like you can only invade people plus or minus your level plus or minus 10% plus 10.
Yeah, okay.
But so what you can do is say you're level 30 and I'm level 80. You could still have like a little versus match with me. You just turn that feature off and then set a password. So
password setting then is really just anti-scraping spear mode.
Yes.
Okay.
Play with your pals mode.
Wonderful. Have you played without that?
Oh yeah, I've been playing the true online experience.
Has anyone scraping speared?
No, I don't play in human mode very often.
Okay.
I'm usually invading people. I usually invade people, and then if I win and turn human, I immediately throw myself off the nearest cliff because I just want to invade somebody again.
Okay.
Dude, Dark Souls PvP, Demon Souls PvP is so incredibly improved by these fast load times. Because it is now, it used to be, I would like to invade, and then it would take 30 seconds to decide whether or not to invade. Then you would get maybe a minute-long load screen. And then you would load in, and for the person to go, oh, crap, and disconnect, so that they didn't have to deal with an invasion. Now, from press the button to in the world is like 15 seconds.
Nice.
And if you kill them, or they lose, or you die, whatever, just do another one. Just do another one. It's great.
What's the storage quality of life feature?
Oh, man. So in Demon Souls, you could go to pick up a goddamn item, and it would say that shit's too heavy to be put in your inventory.
Yeah.
And get fucked. And I can't remember, but I think if you left the world, those items might despawn. Now, when you go into your items, there's literally a button that just says send to storage.
And it goes to Stockpile Thomas?
And it goes to Stockpile Thomas. And
Great.
on top of that,
Great.
when you send things to storage and you move down to the next item in inventory, the game keeps the icon on send to storage. So you can literally just hit X, X down, XX down, XX down.
Nice, nice.
You don't have to like mash down every time.
Beautiful.
Yeah, just sanding off the weirdest, roughest edges of this game make all the world of difference.
No combat like adjustment outside of that roll thing though, huh? Like making backstabs work better.
Well, the game servers and overall latency have been improved, so it's a better experience overall. But no actual real changes to combat, other than healing items now do have weight, whereas they didn't have weight, so you could carry. They have weight and a maximum amount you can carry with you.
Okay.
Full heals, which I want to say are Dark Moon Grass. I think you might be able to carry like 20 of them. It's still way too many. It's still way too many. Way too many. But damage in Demon Souls PvP is often so high that you'll never get to heal anyway.
New animations. Wasn't there the thing where like some weapons would result in a kick, some weapons would result in a push for the riposte, or some would be like if you're unarmed you got like a headbutt or something like that?
Absolutely. And that's maintained. The only difference is that now they have fancier, nicer animations. The frame data on shit is the same as it always was. It's just now there's a fancier animation associated with it.
I think I saw Mr. Fields talking about chasing down a fucking whatchamacallit, a lizard, and it just melting into the ground and
that's the other change. That was the important one that I wanted to mention. In the original Demon Souls, there were the crystal lizards. You know, they were these little lizards that run away from you and you kill them for upgrade materials. It was probably the worst part of the entire game, because what they would always do is they would run off of cliffs and die.
Yep.
And the way that it worked is that a crystal lizard in Demon Souls works on charges. Whereas in the first level, before you've killed any bosses, there's one life that the lizard has. And then once you kill a boss, it will have a second life, right? Or it will repopulate. So the way that it'll work is you would have to kill the lizard and then kill the boss, and then the lizard would come back and you'd have to kill it. But it killing itself counted. So they would like run off cliffs and die, or run away from you and disappear, and they'd be gone. Now the way it works is it's almost like stocks in Smash Brothers, and they only count if you kill them. So you load in 2-1 and there's a lizard and you kill it, good. It'll come back when you kill the next boss. But what if you just kill the next 3 bosses, right? And without killing it? You load in and you kill it, and then you load in again and it's still there and you kill it, and you load in again and you still kill it until you run out of, like, I guess you would call it lizard charges.
Okay, so the boss beating is no longer a factor in its respawn. There are just a number of lizards until it goes away.
Yeah, it will just, when you kill the boss, it will stock another lizard for you in that spot.
But if you don't kill the boss... So then
instead of killing it once, you would then be able to kill it twice.
If you don't kill the boss, it won't restock.
That's right.
Okay.
So the thing with the lizard change is actually kind of wild, because while it is a convenience change, and for older players it makes no difference, for newer players it makes the game significantly easier, because your upgrade materials don't just run away from you and die. You'll be able to actually get them.
And I mean, and in addition, like, it was a game that I remember your whole thing was like, man, this was so hard, but it was really just based on it being the first thing you played, so the memory of like not having any knowledge of how to play Souls games was a huge difficulty thing.
It's not just that. It's just it is so obtuse. It is so obtuse.
But at this point, playing as someone who knows how Soul games should work, you're going to have not that rough of a time anyway.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna go take a look at it, but most bosses in Demon's Souls are actually puzzles. The vast majority. Phalanx is a puzzle. Use fire. Tower Knight is a puzzle.
Well, I was gonna say. Well, hold on, because Vanguard is a real boss.
Vanguard's a real boss.
You gotta do it,
right? But Phalanx, Tower Knight, Armor Spider, Dragon God, Fool's Idol,
Storm Ruler,
Adjudicator, the Old Hero, Storm King, Leechmonger, Dirty Colossus, and Maiden Estrella are all puzzle bosses. And for 1, 2, 3 of those, the puzzle is use fire.
Right.
And for 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, the puzzle is use magic or ranged attacks.
Yeah, Spider is less puzzle, more gimmick.
Yeah.
But still, it's not the same as here's a hard fucking badass standing in the middle of a ring. Fucking
there's that is of like, hey, you want to have a fucking boss fight and fucking fight? In Demon's Souls, there is 1, 2, 3, 4 of those total. Like it is crazy.
But for that, but for that exact reason, though, like, stuff like Phalanx is like a fun fight with ads versus shitty ads in other.
Yeah, Demon's Souls is weird because your ability to break the game genuinely makes the game more fun because it means that different builds feel different. It's playing this game with the new graphics and the rough sanded off edges makes me go, man, is this the best one? Because when you play through Demon's Souls, and I'm sure you had this feeling, or at least you can look back on it now that you played more of those games or saw more of them, is that it's like, man, Valley of Defilement, huh? They just keep making that stage over and over and over again in different forms.
I think it's hard to call it best when you don't have as many combat options, but the combat options are applied to some fun stages and bosses that
I don't know, man. The combat options in a lot of the other games, like all the weapons and deaths feel different because they're literally different. Like, because the game only has like 30, 40 weapons total. When you get to Dark Souls 3 and there's like 150, there's some obvious unique ones. But like there's a lot of very similar ones that just end up being like, well, this straight sword is terrible compared to this straight sword. But man, this is going to be probably the most infuriating discussion about video games for like a year. And that is, but man, those other games don't have these haptics. And that shit really, really helps. Like,
okay.
Like, when you're in 3-2, you can feel the old monk's heart beating through the controller.
Nice.
When you're close to it.
Nice. Okay.
And it's just like, it's very soft and subtle, and it's like, yeah. Yeah.
To me, I mean, I'm no fucking, I'm the least qualified person I feel to talk on a lot of this shit, but it would take a lot for me to feel like I like a Soul game better than Bloodborne. Because on that level of like, mechanics and theme, obviously, it's just so fucking strong
I agree.
that you gotta enter with some shit that is equally as striking for this, because it Bloodborne didn't have to work up to Victorian era horror. Like they didn't have to build like 2 or 3 things to get to where that landed. That was their first try at it, and it was incredible. It was super.
That was not their first try.
No, but at that era, I mean, and that style.
No, it's not.
Really?
It's absolutely not.
Whoa, what am I missing?
Tower of Latria, the Third World in Demon Souls, is absolutely Victorian era horror eldritch shit.
Okay.
That, especially in the remake.
Okay.
Like, you get to 3-2 and it looks like Bloodborne. But it looks like Bloodborne with super graphics running at a decent frame rate.
That being said, though, they did like the world of that setting didn't require transforming weapons, yet here we are.
It did not, yeah. I will say, I feel God, I hope they do something to Bloodborne, because anything, literally just a single patch, because it has aged the worst out of all of them over time, as being the only one that is stuck on a console that performs badly. I loaded up Bloodborne on my PS5 to see if it had, a better frame rate. It does not. It does not even have a stable 30. It feels bad, especially now that you can play all the other ones at 60.
I can't believe it doesn't perform better. I can't, like, that makes so little sense.
Especially after that gentleman put together a patch that makes it perform good.
Yeah, which there's no reason to not fucking, use, I suppose, but...
Like, And Bloodborne has some flaws. Bloodborne has some big flaws.
Oh, yeah, Plague will let us know.
No, not those ones. The weapon selection and the placement of those weapons in Bloodborne is terrible. Is really terrible. Like, all the cool weapons in that game are halfway or deeper into the game.
I think there's some like obscurity to like quest lines as well that I find like super baffling, if not like impossible to figure out if you're not part of the community telling you what to do. Like stuff with like the pig and the family, the pig, you know what I mean, the daughters, and even just the umbilical cords. Like some of that stuff is obscure beyond belief.
I as somebody who has done every quest in all the Souls games, let me tell you, they're all pretty fucking bad in obtuse. Like, I remember us getting to Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3 and being like, wow, this shit is obtuse as hell. Oh my god. And now I'm back in Demon Souls, in which character quest lines require both certain world and character tendencies.
Yeah, there was a whole thing that was like, you guys were on about fighting King Alent, and I don't even get the requirement or alternate pathways to it or whatever, but it was like, I remember it was just like, don't even bother, you're not going to hit the requirements for it. Unless maybe you can do it this other way, but I don't fucking know. And it's like, well,
also,
what?
remember how to save Solaire? Give 20 fucking humanity to this random NPC to open a door you don't need to open up.
Yeah. And then
like they're all like that. They all, oh my god, they all, it's so ridiculous.
What was the right name of the optional boss? I said the wrong name there.
Dolan.
There you go.
No, so it's not Dolan. It's not Dolan.
No, Dolan.
It's
no.
Doran.
No,
but
Dolan.
I literally just say Dolan every time.
No, Dolan. No.
Yeah, old King Doran is the one.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
It's just really nice to have this classic game that I guess the way that I would describe it is as a work of like a classic car that when it came out new was covered in rust. Like the day it came out in 2008, it was covered in rust and grime. And you'd be like, man, this car's incredible and it runs so good, but god damn is it filthy for some reason. And this remake has just like scraped off all the rust and it's rebuffed it. But they had to replace the bumper, and you're not a big fan of the design of the new bumper, but overall, it's a massive improvement.
But the thing about it is that like just the way the AI moves, the way things work in this game, I feel like even if you've repainted the whole thing, it still feels like you're playing an old ass game though, right?
Oh yeah, dude. Watching Flame Lurker get caught behind some dragon bones and just unable to escape.
Or
and you just pelt him with arrows or magic as the boss literally can't move.
What's the NPC that you have to like help walking around?
Ostrava.
Where he's just fucking doing these loops out of nowhere, and you know, and you're just like, this is an aughts game, like,
yeah,
pathing doesn't look this way anymore. Okay.
I wish they gave this same treatment to the others, but I understand it's a massive undertaking, and Demon's Souls needed it the worst by far.
Well, here's what's up, right? Now, think about how long the cry has been for a Death remake. It's done. It's here. It exists.
We got it.
And it, you know, what, 10 years? Is that right?
Yeah.
10 years, yeah. So,
just about.
You know, here it is. That leaves one thing that people want, and it's fucking disgusting. That's right. You know, and that might even be a product for later on down the line. They might be, you know, like waiting on that. Or
that's right. Armored Core 4 answer.
Correct.
Get in here with
Nine
that remake,
Breaker,
please.
get yeah. And then once that's done, you're like, okay, well now what? New shit, right? Elden Ring.
I gotta say, we haven't seen any Elden Ring. Obviously, no one
deflated
except
a little
for
bit.
Phil Spencer, apparently. This Demon Souls remake is immaculately gorgeous. And you remember when I made the joke before it came out of like, oh man, what if like Elden Ring comes out and it's like janky looking by compare? I'm kind of worried that Elden Ring is going to look bad by comparison, which will be super weird.
I mean, Blue Point's another company, right? This is not FromSoft or another group of people. It's not
the same people.
No. But we were just talking about the misses that Blue Point made too on some of those character designs. So, you know, it's up in the air.
It's really weird because they're the most immaculately highly detailed version of this character. It's just why'd they make it look like that?
I'm expecting Elden Ring to not feel like a Souls game though, in terms of not gameplay, but in terms of like just the amount of story and conversation and NPC, like, you know, NPCs that'll be a part of this thing. I expect that as George R.R. Martin's story, it will probably have like towns with people in them, you know?
I'm on the assumption that I don't think there's any basis for this at all, other than the fact that the game has been in development for so long and is, you know, we haven't seen anything. I'm under the assumption that Elden Ring will be a more free roaming type of this game, where yes, there will be towns that you can explore.
There's nothing less. The least Souls thing is in the world is a town with people living in it. I can't think of anything more foreign
that aren't all mad and sick
and screaming at you from their roofs with treasure in them. Yeah, no, like I expect that that will be what the Elden Ring world is like.
I foresee a Breath of the Wildification of a Souls game, where dungeons and or what have you will represent your classic Souls levels, but I can see you getting on a horse and riding around.
Yeah, and Grimm's going to want you to talk to people and, have character exposition. So that'll probably happen pretty often. There'll probably be a big intro cutscene that is not just, hey man, look how fucked the world is. Check out these 5 badasses. Go find their shit.
So you know what I really want for Elden Ring, right? Is like in all the Souls games and Bloodborne, Demon Souls and Bloodborne a little less, but it is either implied or directly stated, dude, it's really bad here. It's almost as bad everywhere else. It's just bad all around, right? Like society is completely falling apart. It'd be nice to get to see that.
The fall of Boletaria / Dranglaic /
What is a town that is not being currently overrun by the undead right this second look like when the town won over is?
Something really expensive.
Yeah.
Really expensive. Yeah.
Like, I want to see a in-universe map of this is where the problem has expanded from, and go to the town, like, just on the other edge of that line.
Okay. Yeah, there's
like in Breath of the Wild, the center Hyrule is just a wasteland.
Yeah. There is one fallen area where the last boss is waiting, and there is a line you can cross where they're expanding out from here, and you can find the town that currently has people running out of it.
Yeah,
just sitting on that line. Yeah.
And the town that you thought was fine, but now they're all horrible dick mutants.
Or the one that is fine, except that one guy that came to visit from far away brought some problems with him.
I would just like to see Elden Ring. I feel like at the time we'll see it. We'll see like a 10-minute little, gameplay slice of it after all this time.
Bloodborne is a weird one because it feels like the town is still alive and everyone is there. They're just indoors, like, leave me alone.
Bloodborne's actually really confusing. Like,
it's just the hunt is happening, so we're not outside.
Depending on the ending you get, it's unclear to me whether or not any of those events are actually even occurring.
I don't even...
Well, because you get the dream ending in which you wake from the dream and then you walk out into looks like the real world. There is some dimensionality going on with that.
Okay, but I thought that was just what you were and what you would become. But I still thought that on the whole, the town and all the various locations were still what they were.
Do you know what, Wooly? It is not very clear.
It's not.
And it is not clear by intention, because it's about not knowing things. That's what Bloodborne's plot is about. Bloodborne's about not knowing stuff.
And you can hide the details in obscurity.
You can hide all sorts of nonsense plot elements in a game in which you're not supposed to understand it.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
like, that's the ultimate setting for the way they tell their stories, where all these plot threads that go nowhere And you get to go, oh, but it's unknowable because it's. I was like, I see what you did there.
But I just like, I never internalized Yarnum as like fully fallen because it seemed like people were just kind of in their houses for this night. And if you woke
this
up
night that lasts
forever, and if you woke up the next morning, whenever that might be, there would be old ladies emptying their buckets of flop and slop into the streets, and children grabbing some nasty ass fruit. You know?
It's not clear.
Okay. Where can people find more of this unclear dream?
Well, I'll be playing Demon's Souls and Yakuza 7 this week over at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. That's what I'll be doing. That's over at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt.
Yeah. So let's take a quick word from our sponsors.
Let's do it.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by Raycon. You know the deal.
Raycon.
Get yourself some wireless earbuds. I mean, look, I'm not saying that I knew this person, but I'm saying that I heard a story about a person who had wired headphones, and they just wrapped around them, and one day that was it. Just broke his neck, killed him dead.
Yeah, I don't know. I was watching an internet historian video in which internet historian described that once when they were a young child, their father was decapitated by the headphones they got them that had wires.
Just like that.
Just like that, like pop. And they said, why did you give me wired headphones, son? I'm dead now.
So why would you want that risk in your life when you can enjoy the future with wireless, high-quality headphones like the Raycon, like the Raycons that you can pick up? Of course, we've talked about them before. Seamless Bluetooth pairing, comfortable noise isolating fit. Start listening right away. Keep listening for hours. Amazing audio quality. Very, in fact, comparable to what you would expect from those other expensive premium-ass brands. But this time around, it doesn't cost anywhere near as much. You don't got to break the bank to get yourself some quality wireless earbuds. So, and really and truly, what better benefit is there than getting the wires out of your life and protecting your neck? You don't want to fucking, one day you just want to listen to some tunes. Maybe you want to listen to a podcast like this one. And then the next thing you know, bam, you're on the ground, hanging.
Dead.
All you needed was wireless earbuds. And you didn't do it. You didn't listen.
If you're not a fan of being decapitated, which I don't imagine most of you are, please be safe. Get Raycon earbuds. They don't have wires to kill you with.
There you go. You know what I heard?
What did you hear, Wooly?
If you've got headphones with wires attached to them, you know what that does?
What does it do?
Gives you COVID.
Oh my god.
Apparently, I don't know. I heard that having the wire, there's a link. Science is a little bit fuzzy right now. There's a link between the two. All right, listen. What I'm trying to say is, right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/superbeast. Get 20% off your Raycon order. But hurry, this offer is only available for a limited time. You don't want to miss it. That's buyraycon.com/superbeast to get 20% off your Raycons. Once again, buyraycon.com/superbeast. Thanks, Raycon.
Thanks, Raycon.
These are jokes, folks. These are just
what?
We're just.
I thought that was a what?
This week, Castle Super Beast is sponsored by HelloFresh.
Hey, HelloFresh.
Get fresh, pre-measured ingredients, mouth-watering seasonal recipes delivered right to your door with HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. Lets you skip those trips to the grocery store and make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. How about that?
I have been able to cook good meals with this product, and I don't know what I'm doing.
There you go.
So there's your fucking endorsement. I ate the food. It was good. Paige ate it, and she also said it was good, and not just because she was being nice. It was actually pretty good.
You don't have to worry about any of the, like, let's be real, complete lack of culinary talent that you have. You didn't put any stats into cooking, and that's okay. Not everyone did. You must have put those stats somewhere else, right? There's something else that is the reason why you don't know how to cook. It's not because you don't have any brought-upsy. It's fine. So, what you want to do is you want to trust HelloFresh to cover that lack of ability with some delicious food that you can get in the exact proportions you need with simple directions. They've got a ton of options and recipes to pick from. Of course, you've got green choices, you've got meat choices, you've got various different diets that are all included in your options. And yeah, the name of the game is easy, variety, sustainability, and giving back. So what you would like to do is go to hellofresh.com/superbeast90 and use code superbeast90 to get $90, as in $90 off, including free shipping. So again, you go to hellofresh.com/superbeast90 and use the code superbeast90 to get $90 off, including free shipping. That is an incredible amount. That is pretty great. So yeah, thank you, HelloFresh. And yeah, that's what you want to do.
I'm hungry now.
Well, hold it.
I don't wanna.
You sure?
Wait, hold it? What? Hold my hunger?
Yeah. Okay, well I've got a tasty meal ready for you if you want to eat. If you want to eat right now, I've got something really tasty.
What's that?
I've got a hot, steaming plate, fresh out the kitchen. I got a hot plate of civil rights.
I don't know, man. Do I think I could eat that whole plate?
Well, turns out it wasn't civil rights after all. When you taste it, turns out it was just Fortnite.
Oh, no, not Fortnite.
You thought it was civil rights, but it was me, Fortnite.
Wally, what are you talking about? I don't understand.
I mean this when I say that I truly had no dog in this race. I had no stance in the war between Apple and Epic because I didn't give a fuck. Because there were two giant...
And also, they're both horrible, so it's, it's
two
funny.
Giant, awful megacorps duking it out, and I'm just like, yeah, do it. Do the thing.
Let them fight.
See how this goes. Whatever. And Sweeney has been easier Tim Sweeney has been easier to dunk on over these weeks to months because of the overall smugness from the Fortnite side of things, because Epic went as far as to making videos and little FMVs celebrating their legal challenge, and talking about how they're like, we're going to resist and so on and all that dumb shit we saw. So, you know, when they got their court mandated, like, now we're going to take this off the iOS store and it might not ever come back, but it doesn't apply to other games that use the Unreal Engine. It was like, yeah, that makes sense because you guys kind of fucking deserve it for, you know, just getting all uppity about your shit. So the point I'm trying to make here is that I didn't really care either way, but Tim Sweeney talking and saying dumb things has led to me going, you know what? Fuck that. I hope they lose.
I hope they lose.
Right. Okay. So, fast forward to earlier last week, November 18th, where an update came out about the battle between Epic and Apple as it continues. And Sweeney said the following: "It's everybody's duty to fight. It's not just an option that someone's lawyers might decide, but it's actually our duty to fight that. If we adhere to all of Apple's terms and, you know, take in their 30% payment processing fees and pass the cost along to the customers, then that would be Epic colluding with Apple to restrain competition on iOS and inflate prices for consumers. So going along with Apple's agreement is what's wrong." And that's why Epic mounted a challenge to this. And you know you can hear of any and inaudible to civil rights fights where there was actual laws on the books where the laws were wrong and people disobeyed them, and it was not wrong to disobey them because to go along with them would be collusion to make them status quo.
He then clarified, no, guys, I'm not comparing Fortnite lawsuit to civil rights. Just that fighting against obviously unjust laws is unjust rights. Unjust. And
yeah.
You know,
well, I've seen the pictures of the Apple dogs being sicked on the Epic employees. I don't know about you, but it was pretty disturbing to see the water hose just blasting all of those Epic employees down the street.
You know, I have to say, like, I feel like there's two ways you can look at this. The first of which is, dude, you just wanted a lower cut on your fucking Fortnite. It's not the same as slavery, you fucking piece of shit. That's easy. That's easy. That's the easy way to go about it. If you want to go a different way, a slightly more in-depth way of just how fucking stupid Tim Sweeney is, he's not talking about fighting unjust laws or colluding with Apple. He's talking about why they voluntarily broke a contract that they had already signed. And the comparison of that to civil rights implies that slavery was a deal that was made.
Hold on.
Black folks actually decided was not a good deal anymore.
Hold on just a little while longer. Hold on just a little while longer. Everything
it's actually
will
way
be
worse
all
than it hits,
right.
It hits the ear and it's bad. It's actually way worse than that. Remember when Martin Luther King stood up and said, "I have a dream that the contract we entered into with the slave owners of the United States will no longer be valid, and we can just stop using that contract that we all signed in the big slavery agreement."
Was lost, but now
I remember when he said that.
Found was blind, but now I see. Oh, Apple.
This is
just the epic employees. Tim Sweeney waking up in the middle of the night because he sets his kids to bed, but there's a little orange hue coming through the window, and he hears some ruckus and some commotion, and then some little bit, and then you're like, is this horses in the distance? And then you peer out the window, and a giant Apple logo is burning on your lawn. And I mean, what's he supposed to do? How's he supposed to feel about that? Clearly, he's well within his rights to be a little upset.
Do you remember when Tim Sweeney, it was like, we made the Fortnite 1984 ad, and it was like, oh, that's cheeky because like Apple did that ad in 1984. Do you remember that? And now it's like, wait, do they actually believe that they're fighting against Apple in like a 1984 style whatever with this fucking stupid shit? Do they actually really believe that? Because I think they actually believe that.
I mean, frankly, I don't think they've gone far enough, and I don't think the point will be made until the Fortnite account officially posts a picture of fountains that are labeled Fortnite players and everyone else.
And the other, I feel, that meme of the dude with the glasses looking at the butterfly, going, "Is this a butterfly?"
Sure.
Like, I feel like you can just, like, the text on the dude should be rich people, and then the butterfly should be any minor inconvenience, and then the text should be, is this literally slavery?
I mean, Tim's got a point, and I don't think it's right for us to just sit here and pretend that this outrage should go on any longer. And I think we need to go further with it. And I think we need to actually start pushing this message out there and getting people to know about the injustice that has been wronged upon them with this Apple Premium, and you, the customer, are the one in the end that suffers. So yeah, absolutely. Let's keep it going. Let's get the march. Can we get 1 million flossers flossing down the road for civil rights, for change? Can we get 1 million flossers flossing for change? I think this is what we got to do. We got to push it.
I can't.
You can't floss? You can learn. You can march with. We'll show you the way. We got to make a statement. So,
I have now created the meme I just described.
Look, apparently Tim doesn't like what's going on right now. So, hey,
my meme killed the stream. I'm sorry.
Just what I need to know, right? What we need to see is we need to see Kaepernick's DMs as Tim reaches out and goes, "Hey, man."
You know what? I always like
just a picture of the top of his DMs on Twitter, and it's Colin Kaepernick's DMs, and it just says Tim Sweeney checkmark, and the text just says, "Hey, man," comma.
I'm always a big fan of my own mental fantasy of people at companies that are not Tim Sweeney, the ones that are just normal human beings,
Mm-hmm.
possibly those in the marketing division,
Mm-hmm.
to turn on, like, have their phone just start going burr burr
Mm-hmm.
burr burr,
Mm-hmm.
and them go, all right, what is it? Fuck!
Oh, oh no. No, no,
Fuck!
no, no, no.
You know?
Yep, yep, yep,
Yeah.
yep. Everyone else
Yeah.
on the ship. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, I love it.
Just reach for the fucking flask. Well, so the epic battle continues. You know?
By the way, there's been a new wrinkle in that battle, which I think it might be the funniest thing ever. Apple recently did change their terms of service and their agreement.
Okay.
That if you don't clear $1 million, I think it's $1 million per quarter or $1 million per year, I forget which one it is, Apple will take less of a cut off of your earnings.
Oh, how about that?
I think it's 15% down from 30%. And that applies to 98% of apps on the App Store.
You know, Tim, maybe you shouldn't have clicked I agree on the Jim Crow terms of service. Maybe you should have read the fine print instead of scrolling all the way down on the Jim Crow TOS and just going accept. And you know what? Sure, yes, you can read and use my data to find out what user preferences are. That EULA, you should have read it. Should have read it. Too bad you scrolled past it, you know?
What a dumb bitch.
It even has that thing when you scroll to the bottom where it waits for the accept button to appear for a couple seconds just to make sure, you know? And you're like, yada, yada, yada.
And if you don't sign it, you're just not allowed to use the product and you just stay in the womb.
That's correct.
You just stay in there.
But you agreed. You signed up for it. What more can we say, you know? You should have just declined it.
Like, I saw the tweet the second it happened. Like, it popped up within like 1 minute. And I sat there for 15 minutes trying to think up something witty to say. And I just ended up saying, nah, and just retweeted it with just like, fuck off. Fuck off, Tim.
Well, I happen to be like not but a week out from the last version of the tweet, which was, I believe, the Wi-Fi warrior struggle has now reached civil rights.
Oh.
So people complaining about the fact that they're on Wi-Fi and no one on tech end wants to play with them anymore. We're talking about, there was literally complaints and to the level of it's like segregating black people. And I'm like,
so
yep,
you know what?
Thanks, random internet.
You know what the best part of the Wi-Fi thing is? It's been a thing in Tekken lately because they put the indicator, right? But there's the I can't play any games anymore because, you know, people don't want to play with me because I'm on Wi-Fi. There's a hidden inference to that, which really shows off what the Wi-Fi Ethernet thing is actually about. And I have good Wi-Fi, you don't know, whole thing. Because some of these people are legitimately not being able to get into matches. And that's because even though Wi-Fi players represent 30, 40, 50%. The hidden secret is that other Wi-Fi players also don't want to play Wi-Fi players. They only want to play Ethernet players.
This is the brilliance of what's happening. It is extremely satisfying because that indignation comes wrapped in a blanket of, I don't want to play against myself either. 100%.
Well, I have the good Wi-Fi. It's everyone else's Wi-Fi that's the bad Wi-Fi. So I can play with Ethernet players, no problem.
So you know how when you go to play soccer with your friends, and then you see there's that guy on the team that has boxing gloves on, and he's just going to start swinging at you while you're playing the match? Right. Well, aware, yes. If you have somebody that comes on your team with boxing gloves, then they don't want to play anymore. They can only play their game swinging punches at you while you play soccer if no one else is doing so. It's kind of amazing because you get to watch how every argument that they make about it's not a big deal fall apart when clearly two people with horrible packet consistency cannot play anything resembling a normal game, and it starts to bother them too.
Well, it's their fault. They're ruining it with their bad internet.
But they feel confident as long as one of you has decent connections, so they're leeching off of that and just bringing their own shit to the show. And that's and you're expected to just deal with it and take it.
It all comes back to the fact that everybody always knew the argument was, which was the real argument here is, but me. But me, though. And so I'll say it here. Wi-Fi players that won't play other Wi-Fi players but want to keep playing Wi-Fi are the type of person that would hide a zombie bite from the group.
Mm-hmm.
Or go to your grandma's funeral and say, oh, I just have allergies. And then cough on everyone in your extended family and give them the COVID. They should not be trusted.
I mean, quite frankly, that guy was right in that it is exactly like segregation and civil rights, and Wi-Fi players are like, it's like with black people, except instead of not wanting to be a slave, the black person was like, I want to run the plantation.
Me.
I want to run it.
Keep doing that slavery.
You're all gonna keep picking, but I'm the one in charge, and this is bullshit because I'm not running the plantation. Emancipate me.
Just me, though.
Only me.
It's. You know how everybody, like, older people are more wise or whatever and all that crap. And this, I mean, it's weird to apply it to this, but as I've gotten older, I have discovered that a huge part of wisdom is, do you remember all those little things that people would do that weren't the biggest deal in the world? Just these little annoying things that people would do.
Yeah.
That they would irk you.
Mm-hmm.
And people would you'd be like really annoyed, but people would tell you it's not that big of a deal, man. And you'd be like, I don't know, I don't like that guy, right? As I've gotten older, I've discovered those things themselves aren't a big deal, but boy, do they show off. They are the symptoms of a way bigger deal inside. The dumbass friend of yours that would like throw a tantrum every time they lost at GoldenEye.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not the biggest deal in the world, but it shows off that they feel entitled to win, even in a group of people. That's a terrible attitude.
The person who rage quits...
It will only get worse from here.
The person who rage quits live in person in front of you.
Yeah.
At a local.
Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You seem to be a child with a child's emotions. This bodes poorly for the rest of your personality.
I think that's one great thing about LTG that like we got is an insight into what it sounds like when somebody goes through the mental hoops to just be like, I'm rage quitting, and here's why I still feel justified in doing so, because you don't deserve to get my points. You don't deserve that win. You don't deserve to get a higher ranking because of this. I'm taking that away from you because I disapprove of the way you played the game. Right? That's how you actually have to process the circumstance that just occurred, as opposed to you just sucking and losing. You have to internalize it as there is a bar of merit that you have not accomplished outside of the competition, and I'm in the right to leave and be as toxic as possible because you have not hit that merit bar.
Actually, you know what? I just realized, like, well, I'm not talking about wisdom. All I'm talking about is, like, well, as you get older, it's easier and easier to spot narcissists. It's easier and easier to spot people that are actually literally me.
Mm-hmm.
Me, though.
Mm-hmm.
And being like, nah, I'm good. I'm good.
It's easier to spot them, but doesn't stop them from rising to positions of power now, does it?
Well, no. And some people never get good at spotting them. Ever. And that's sad.
Yeah, well. Or, you know, use it to their advantage. But here's what's going on.
You should never trust anybody that never makes jokes at their own expense. Self-deprecation is an important part of humility. And humility is a vital part of living a wholesome and moral lifestyle.
You know what's really fun? When I hear comedians that I listen to, they talk about how over the years you see people that start and get into the open mic scene, and they try to like kind of, you know, get what they try to crack the audience, right? And something that pops up a lot is there's always people who go, everyone has the same origin point. My friend said I was pretty funny. I used to make people laugh a lot in school. I should take a crack at this, you know? And
that's extraordinarily common.
Very, very common. And what you would end up seeing, though, is that some people would get up and find a way to tell a story in an entertaining fashion and have it work out, whatever the case is. And other people would just, you know, just rely on their antics and just, you know, crowd work, right? But something that was consistently common is the people that would come up and tell a story from the point of view of how awesome they were, and how like a fight happened or someone got uppity or some crazy shit went down.
I beat that dude's ass. I can't. Oh man, it was so crazy.
And how instantaneously the crowd stops laughing and nobody's interested in what you have to say anymore, because the punchline was, yeah, so I beat the fuck out of that guy. And that's the end of the story. And it's like, okay, what? Or, yeah, you know, and so that she was so fucking hot. So anyway, she came back to my place and that was it. Like, crushed it.
Boned 10 times.
10 times. You know, and it's just like, yeah, this doesn't work at all. So like, people just, it's not entertaining or interesting to listen to. So there's a bunch of times when fucking like football players and Jersey Shore dudes are trying to do stand-up comedy, and again, like the premise or like even just like Vine, YouTube people, YouTube people, TikTok people, like
the TikTok gang,
right? Super young, super hot. I got a huge following because everyone wants to bang me, and I'm going to go up and try my hand at comedy, and making people laugh is going to rely on me just telling stories about how awesome I am and how lame everyone else was. And it's the least funny thing in the world. It never fucking works. Because yeah, if you're not being self-deprecating, or at the very least understanding that making yourself sound cool is super lame, like you have no room or business in this industry at all. You know?
I see somebody in the chat actually bring up a fairly interesting point where we say this, but Chappelle does well bragging about how rich he is in a set. And that's different. One, it's Chappelle. Chappelle could probably make anything funny. And two, Chappelle talks about how rich he is. It doesn't come off like bragging. It comes off like he is describing the unreality of being a rich person in a humorous way.
Also, he is a multi-year veteran where we saw his earliest work before he was rich, where he was describing shitty situations the same way anyone else has. The difference is that he continues to be a fucking brilliant comedian, but also has these other life experiences to put on top of it and talk about that shit now. But someone who steps up to the mic bragging from day one has no chance.
No chance. Unless they're going for like, absurdist, goofy shit. Like, Gilbert Gottfried could probably go up there and brag about how many women he slept with.
Because, yeah, sure, it's Gilbert fucking Gottfried. But, like, this is why, rappers, like, in hip-hop, anyone who's taken themselves super seriously and being braggadocious with their style will have to bring on a comedian to make the jokes. Because the rapper themselves can't also be funny while still being cool, because they got to be cool, and being the coolest has an energy that shouldn't be broken. So let me hang out with my funny friend, and my funny friend will do the skit, and then I'll just be getting credit for the comedy on the skit when it's really the comedian buddy I brought in. But I'm still cool, though. I can't be the butt of the joke,
So a really good example of this is, I remember a while ago, 50 Cent made a series of hilarious tweets.
Mm-hmm.
And they were really, really funny because it was 50 Cent, the tough man, rapper, super millionaire, bitching about his grandma doesn't give a fuck.
He's still got to take out the garbage.
Take out her trash.
Yes.
Right? And because he's not bragging. He's just like, I can't believe this.
I am
rich,
factually a millionaire, billion, whatever.
And my grandma doesn't give a shit.
You find a way to self-deprecate within that realm, but like that's what it is. Like if you're, and again, like you said with Chappelle, in both cases, you factually are aware of their circumstances being they have tons of fucking money. It's less of a brag and more of a just. It's reality, yeah, it's an interesting observation, but you definitely can smell a narcissist quite easily, I feel, these days. Or not even, sometimes it's not even that, sometimes it's just like, it's less severe, but just lack of self-awareness.
You know what I'll say, though?
Mm-hmm.
I knew a guy, and Wooly, I think you might have known this guy, that actually damaged my ability to see other narcissists because he was the worst one.
Yeah.
It led me to the belief that, man, is this what narcissists are like? Wow.
And it's like, no, they're not always that obvious. So,
man.
Sometimes they get, because he was one that never got good at pretending to be a human being. Because like he just had the sickness and then didn't know how to mask it. But there's the ones that do know how to mask it, and you get your Patrick Batemans, right?
Every single thing that came out of this guy is not. Oh man, it made me laugh. Well, I don't know what my favorite one was. You know what? No, you know what my favorite one was? Do you remember that? Do you remember that video of that cute girl playing Wii with her pants off?
Facebook
came to school and said, "Yeah, that's my girlfriend," and we went, "No, it's not.
Yeah,
we've met your girlfriend. That's not her. No, that's her. It's the angle.
That's me driving the Hachiroku, drifting down
in this
the corner.
Magazine cover. That's me. I mean, you can't see me, but it's me.
I've edited out the face, but I'm posting it on Facebook to say it's me." Meanwhile, it's clearly my other friend who owns this car, that's his photo. It's right there, but no, it's you though.
Every time, every single. Oh my god, it was the funniest thing in the world.
Front page of Montreal Racing.
That's me right there. It's clearly not you. Well, I mean, I went down and I did it, but they had to take my my face out because I'm not licensed to drive those kind of fancy cars. You know,
Man,
they let me
Willie's
direct.
so
I'm the best
garbage at
driver.
Street Fighter. I came over. I thought he was supposed to be good. And then we just played a few matches, and it's like, geez, like, wow, I can't believe he talks about fighting games so much, and it was so easy. Lean over, peek down the hallway.
I have never seen a look on your face, and I will likely never see that look again, when we could hear him telling your roommate how bad he beat you.
Like,
and
just...
my mouth was just like getting wider and wider and wider, and I'm just like, oh wow. I don't even know how to describe the look on your fucking face.
Like, Shmup God Pat just leans down the hallway and sees one half of the television with the score on it, and is just like, what world where you exit a room
too big or fast,
and a hallway is enough for you to fabricate a reality and then hope that it never gets vetted? Well, again, so he was so bad at it. He was so bad at it that, yeah, it skews what you think this type of person is going to be like.
It's the best thing ever, because that was the moment where enough was enough, and you called him out for a money match in a big public setting. And to my knowledge, that ended that money match challenge that you would not drop and would not stop bringing up, essentially ejected him from an entire group of people because he couldn't escape it.
Yes, and he never,
like,
ever...
It would come up every time, and he would never go for it.
Nope.
And everyone was like, well, why not? And so his only solution was to just leave.
And that ended his existence in our lives. And he never returned. He never accepted my money match. He disappeared into the night. And for whatever, saving face purposes, whatever the case might be, he literally was banned to the Shadow Realm. Yeah.
Now, if I remember correctly, you never rescinded that money match.
I never did. It remained open, and this was it. We're like, come sit down, let's play. And he never accepted it. He just disappeared because that was easier than facing reality, which is what a narcissist goes through on a regular basis. It's also why he is hated by entire communities across Montreal, because every time he would dive into a different, shall we say, Asian country to get a girlfriend, and then do some horrible shit and then ruin his reputation amongst that community in Montreal, everyone would talk and be like, fuck this guy. So after trying and making his way across multiple different countries, it's like, Montreal Chinese community ain't happy. Oh, Vietnam? No, they ain't happy either. How about the Cambodians? Scorched earth. All right, what else we got going on? And the legacy
I don't think you've ruined your shot with the Koreans yet, but they're talking.
The legacy of running away from burning fires as people are chasing you with their names, with your name being screamed, is not something foreign to him. So, you know, it's actually small potatoes when you consider the pettiness of, like, yeah, I'll just not accept this money match. But at the very least, you know, that served as the reason for him to never show up ever again.
So that would always... So, I mean, we obviously lost contact with him after the money match, and thank God, good riddance. But all I can think of is, like, that's just obviously not viable long term. Like, But the
narcissist doesn't plan long term. That's the thing.
I know that, and then I'm like, well, what is the plan now? Like, now, 10 years later.
I mean,
wait, longer, 15 years later. Christ.
Well, it's just wake up, eat food, survive, and continue to exploit the pieces around me for my gain. What pieces do I have around me today? Okay, these people, they're still around. All right, I will exploit them. And that's all it is. There's no long term to it. It's just absolutely maximize the amount of pleasure you can get out of people on a day-to-day basis and concede nothing, you know? It's fucking fascinating because you do need, I think everybody should have an experience like this in their lives to find out that what you assume are normal people around you, in many cases, it turns out, no, that's not. And here's somebody that would probably go through unreasonable extremes to, get what they want out of a situation, but you would never know because, the times are never pushing them to a place where that is revealed. So the zombie bite, as you described, you never get pushed to the point where you see who would hide the zombie bite, so they can blend in nicely. But this guy was so fucking bad at it that,
this is the type of person who plays Wi-Fi but doesn't want to play other Wi-Fi people.
Sure.
This type of person that we are describing.
I will even say that there is a group of people that know nothing about the nature of Wi-Fi and fighting games and other types of games that come into it just with no knowledge whatsoever, and they might say something like, "Hey, I run a Minecraft server. Trust me, Wi-Fi is fine." And then someone goes, "No, that doesn't work in fighting games." And they go, "Oh, I didn't know because I thought it was the same." Yeah. And then you're like, "Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, okay.
You just didn't know."
And then you go, "Hey, what's your Minecraft server? We'll create a little bridge together." Mm-hmm. I don't know what people do in Minecraft. I still don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah, I kind of forgot that that's what ended it. I didn't remember what it was.
You killed him.
I didn't remember murdering that dude. I thought I really just...
Because you tagged every person we knew on Facebook with that. That was your entire Facebook list. It was like 80 to 100 people. Including people that didn't know him.
I tagged everybody.
You tagged everyone. You forgot that?
Oh, fuck, yeah. I got everyone. Yeah, no, I brought family in on that shit. I got it. we tagged the whole crew. Everybody got an alert.
He had to leave.
Everyone got an alert. I forgot about that.
And the only person who stuck by him that he brought out of that group with him was another friend of ours from back in the day who had a bad habit of kicking the PS2 off when your super went through that would win the match. Mm-hmm. I vividly remembered the day that I went, this person's probably an asshole, when I hit them with K's sunglasses in King of Fighters 11, and it was going to win the match, and he kicked the PS2 off so that I wouldn't actually get to see the win. And I went, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Well, you know you won anyway." I'm like,
Yeah. That's when you guys were, if I'm not mistaken, that was, you were arguing A, and they were arguing B, and then when A was proven correct, then...
That was the funniest thing ever. Oh my god. Yeah, I was arguing with them, and I was arguing, let's say, blue, and they were arguing red. And then I clearly won the argument, and then they told you the story as if the positions were reversed and how stupid I was. And then you asked me about it that day afterwards, and I was like, what the actual fuck?
It's just it's the easiest fact check in the world,
Because I remember you asked me because the positions didn't make sense when they were reversed, because you knew that I thought this and he thought that.
That day, if our positions were switched, would you have my life and I yours? Well, you did switch the positions. It's pretty embarrassing. Yeah.
Oh well.
No, man. What you want to do in those situations is not do that. Don't shit your ass in front of everybody.
Don't
by saying something that silly. Don't shit your ass.
Don't. Hey, listen. Listen real careful. Listen real careful to the words that I'm saying.
Because everyone will know when I gotta do.
When that happens, don't shit your pants. And when people try and help you out of the situation after you've shit your pants, don't try and fight them to the point where you slash your hands on the broken bathroom mirror that you punched in your drunken tirade.
Metaphorically, don't metaphorically do
metaphorically
don't do that.
Piss and shit yourself and cover yourself in slash marks on the floor of the bathroom.
Because then all I have to do is call and be like, hey, did you actually say that? And then you'd be like, no, I said the other thing. And then it's like, oh shit, okay.
And definitely don't metaphorically do all that at the party of the girl you like's house.
Metaphorically.
Don't do that.
So,
you know what else is a metaphor you shouldn't do? Don't actively pretend that you're gay so that your friend will let you get away with shit because she doesn't think you're looking at her or hitting on her. Metaphorically. Bad metaphor to do.
Let's talk about Smash Brothers.
Hey, what's up with Smash Brothers?
So what happened this week was pretty fucked. Here's what's going down. There is a tournament known as Big House 10 that was supposed to go down. The Big House is a major that's been running for Smash for at least a decade now. Obviously COVID.
Big House 10.
Yes, obviously COVID brings with it the challenges of the scene being closed off. No one can do tournaments anymore. So now we have to go online. Well, fortunately, this Smash event where Melee was primarily played, and it was known for having like big pots and, you know, being a pretty large premiere, was perfectly ready for this type of event because Slippy, which we talked about, which I did the special on, and I we had Fizzy on to talk about it. The Melee rollback edition of the game that you can play was going to be used so that everyone can play online and instead have an online
safely
version of the tournament. Yes. Now, eventually, they had to announce that they received a cease and desist from Nintendo of America to cancel the upcoming online event, and they were told they don't have permission to host or broadcast the event due to the use of Slippy, which is a user-modded version of Melee that allows online rollback play to happen. With that came everyone's obvious frustration and the hashtag save free Melee, where it was pretty clear that from the perspective of the players, Melee has been a game that's, been long abandoned by Nintendo, and in many cases, all people really want that are fans of the game is an opportunity to play it with each other, and that they created their own opportunity where Nintendo wouldn't. And Nintendo kind of just came at it and said, nah, fuck that. The detail here that I think is worth mentioning and is important is the fact that according to at least the article on Polygon, Nintendo's statement specified that they contacted them and asked them not to do it before sending the cease and desist. Essentially, they made an initial point of discussion, and then Big House apparently decided to ignore that discussion point, or at least that's what they're implying with the statement. I don't know how verified that is.
The discussion was don't do it.
Nintendo asked them not to do it, and then they didn't do it. They didn't, and then they continued rather. So then the cease and desist came as a secondary action. I think that if this were in that first step where the cease and desist didn't come, you could almost imagine a hashtag that was like, "Hey Nintendo, here's a copy of the Melee that I own. And in fact, here's a copy of Ultimate that I also own. I'm more than willing to buy this video game because I like it. I'm just doing this because there's no other way for us to play right now. We would love for you to give us that opportunity, but you haven't done so. But we're not taking any money out of your pocket. Here's my copy." Mm-hmm. You know, I imagine that hypothetical could have existed. But that's not the world we're in. You were going to say?
A couple background details. One, you're totally allowed in the United States by law to make backups of your own discs for your own personal use. This includes the ISO. This also applies to certain hardware things, which is why when you go to an emulator website for the PS2, they say make sure to have ripped the PS2 BIOS out of your own PS2. Wink, wink. Because that way it's legal to run an emulator. Mm-hmm. Now,
over the years, by the way, wink wink has come to mean a lot less than I originally thought it does. A lot of judges don't give a fuck about wink wink, mind you. But go on.
Yeah. However, this has never actually come up to my knowledge. Nobody cares. And there's a reason why the colloquial term abandonware was created. Now, abandonware is not a legal term. Abandonware literally means this game isn't sold, isn't supported, or the company that owns it doesn't exist, or there's no, there's whatever, right? It's the kind of thing that you would technically lose in court, but because it's so trivial and pointless, it would never go to court, ever. It's not even worth the dollars for the lawyer to sue you, right? So then we get to Melee. Melee is not supported. Melee is unbuyable. Nintendo doesn't make Melee anymore. The only place you can get Melee is from third-party resellers that have still been sitting on used copies.
Because it's an obsolete product. It's the Photoshop 7 or the CS2. Yeah. We don't want you to buy that version anymore.
Nintendo also likes to pretend that emulation is illegal. Emulation is not illegal. It's totally legal. There are some minor foibles in terms of this particular type of emulation, which Nintendo doesn't care to make the distinction. You could have gone through the process and actually had Melee players show off their Melee copies, and if they really wanted to, even show off that they themselves dumped their copies themselves. At which point, Nintendo still wouldn't care because Nintendo views emulation as a threat to their brand because they like to repackage their old shit and eventually sell it later and blah, 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 blah.
I mean, we're not lawyers, so
no.
I'm not going to go ahead and 100% co-sign what you're saying here with the certainty that
emulation is not illegal. You don't need to be a lawyer to say that emulation is not illegal.
Okay, right. But in many cases, there's a difference legally between the emulator, the ROM, and the BIOS that,
and whether or not you dump them yourself. Mm-hmm. Right?
However,
in the real world, no one cares. It doesn't matter. They're not losing anything.
It's
There's
always been
loss to a game that you can't buy.
I think, and remember, I'm the shut the fuck up guy, right? I think that you can approach it from that direction. You can approach it from the technical legal distinction direction, but I don't think that's the right way to approach the conversation. I think what's more obvious and plain as day is that there are many circumstances where a company legally has the right to do whatever they want with their thing, and can, at the very least, if they don't have that right, pursue it in such a way where the person who is defending cannot afford a defense. So they get bullied into a situation where you don't really get your vindication because you can't fucking keep up with what they're charging you of, right? But what is clear is there is a understood thing in cases where, hey, you know what? Sega knows that fan games for Sonic exist and they help promote Sonic. So overall, we're not going to make any problems with it. In fact, we're going to encourage them because this is something that fans do as an expression of the fact that they like Sonic.
Capcom also officialized certain fan games like Street Fighter.
Once that one time, once, yeah. They're a little less cool about it on the regular, but nonetheless.
Sega has also shut down your channel if you had Shining Force on it because it was screwing up their YouTube search results. So they're all evil. They're all evil.
I mean, Rockstar was all about Grand Theft Auto, but then were really unhappy about, I believe, Red Dead Redemption 5, right? So, or V. Anyway,
Nintendo's always been the absolute worst about all this.
Yeah, and so overall, you just have a thing where you're just like, look, there's a bunch of players here. They're doing this pretty much because they love this game and they'd like to play it. It's unsupported. There's nothing they can do. And the bottom line is, if they were given an opportunity to actually give you money for this experience so that they could play it with each other, they would happily do so in a heartbeat. But it's just not what you're doing. And
Nintendo doesn't want
the right. You do have the right to say, no, that version of Smash Brothers is not what we're making anymore, and we want you to buy the new version with the new characters and the inferior online experience on our platform. They're also not going to support a PC version of something when they want you to play it on their own systems that they're trying to push, right? But they 100% could do Melee on Switch with good netcode. I mean, it's still fucking no Ethernet proper for most people. So
no, we don't want to, and we don't want you to either.
Yeah, so now you just get this blowback that is going to be really rough for them to shake, because even though they theoretically could be within their rights to do this to people, you're shitting on someone, on a group of people that are otherwise doing what they're doing out of love, and that just makes you look fucking garbage the whole way through.
Well, here's one for you. Nintendo's problem is with the use of ROMs and the slippy programming, because it's
which they name by name, mind you.
Yeah.
Project M was always a problem, but they would talk around it in a way, and then they would not sponsor tournaments that involved Project M officially. But I don't remember Project M getting C&D'd at those events. I remember Nintendo just not officially supporting it.
Ever since that Evo kerfuffle, Nintendo has allowed Melee tournaments to go on. Right? If this tournament was not using emulators, therefore, it stands to reason that the tournament would go on. Which means, according to Nintendo, they would rather an in-person tournament occur in which players have to risk their lives and possibly die from COVID happen.
Okay. All right.
Rather,
listen, dude.
I will get to finish this. Rather than you use a game they don't sell anymore in an unauthorized manner. It is acceptable to Nintendo for you to die rather than you to press a couple buttons on their game in a way they don't like.
That is a ridiculous false equivalency to me there, because I think it's quite clear why they're being this shitty about it. To turn it into literally they're pro COVID as a result is
no. I'm saying they're indifferent to your death, but they're not indifferent to the unauthorized use of their product, which is absolutely accurate. I cannot believe you would even argue that.
They're indifferent.
Nintendo doesn't care about whether or not you live or die, as long as you don't use Melee in a bad way.
Okay. Okay. You're not saying that they're encouraging you to go do this in person.
No.
Okay.
But they'd be fine with an in-person Melee tournament as could you this is if the tournament said we can't run it online anymore because of Nintendo's problem with the piracy, so we'll be having it in person, and people died there, I seriously doubt Nintendo would say a word. Therefore, endorsing those deaths by directly causing them. So basically, Nintendo is a murderer.
You see, like, this is, and now we're back to Pat. All right,
Nintendo
Pat.
Isn't just done trying to kill Melee. They now want to kill you, the Melee player, directly.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pull the parachute on this one because there's no win here. There's no reality. There's no point. There's just the punchline, and I'm not gonna be the guy sitting here fighting against the punchline because that doesn't win. So why would I? So we're just gonna. I'm out.
taking off my punchline cap and my insanity exaggeration here for a moment. Why do people like? Nintendo is clearly being unreasonable, I would say. Like, I wouldn't... They're not really, obviously, murderers. It's just fun to say. This is unreasonable. This is the kind of thing that hurts no one. Yeah. Right?
It's completely inoffensive.
When a big corporation staffed by potential humans, but maybe not, business people, is being a dick, why the fuck would anyone care about being fair? Like, I'm gonna hurt Nintendo's fucking feelings?
Yeah,
who gives a shit?
So
fuck them.
So the thing that, like, I think is unsaid so far here, that is the reason why, is also because I think there's a part of it where they're anti-Melee because it's the old thing and they want you to play the new thing. Like,
oh, that's like literally it.
That's the energy, right? It's not even like a version of Ultimate in some context or whatever. That requires you to have it and then mod it or so. It is that you're playing something they have replaced as a product, and they do not want that old product to still get used because, as far as they're concerned, each sequel to Smash Brothers completely replaces the existence of the last one. Smash Brothers is not a series of sequels with a legacy. It is a single thing that gets replaced every single time a new one comes out. So, the depreciation for anyone that wants to play an older version of it is the motivator behind why they would even start to be this shitty. And then the rest of it is just spite towards what should be indifference, Every player clearly, again, is asking you for something that you don't want to deliver because of other feelings or other reasons you have. If people are, again, like, I think people asking for a PC release of a game when Nintendo doesn't play.
Oh, that's just silly.
That's a ridiculous. Exactly, that's a fabrication that they've never been, a part of. Like, that won't happen. But asking them for a previous version of a game when they've gone back to give you old Mario games, they've gone back to give you old Zelda games. They have no problem with other genres being respected in their legacy forms. And, like, even didn't Mario Party, didn't older Mario Parties get dropped as well at some point?
Oh yeah,
right. So other genres
now we can resell those to you in a compilation that's time limited on a terrible emulator. like
time
Mario
limited.
Sunshine.
Yeah. So the idea of going back in for, is not a thing that they fucking shirk from. They just released a color Game & Watch nostalgia product with the like 100th version of Mario 1 that you could buy on it, and it's there, and it's a collector's item. So selling the nostalgia is not something they're afraid of. It's just in the specific case of Melee, they don't want to go down that road. And if you wanted to say,
hold on, I think that's ridiculous. They would be just as big of a bunch of assholes about this online fucking emulation is piracy shit for anything else. Nintendo has always had the biggest stick up their fucking ass with emulation. It's so ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. If
they killed all the fucking ROM sites over nothing.
If well, again, it's looking at perception of lost sales, right? And if you are what was I going to say? I was going to say I was going to say something. It's gone. Fuck. What was I in the middle of saying?
Perception of lost sales feels like a nonsense word when like they don't sell it.
Yeah, but for the ones they do sell, right? For the ones that's all that they're going to focus on. Oh, thank you. No, thank you to myself for remembering. When if you were to look at a game with guest characters in it and go, legally there might be some issues here, like Dante and Nocturne, and right. Say, hey, this version of Smash had a guest character that didn't show up in future games because legally there was issues with that, there would be some sort of thing. But Melee had no other guest characters from other companies, right? So you don't even get the benefit of the doubt of saying like, oh, they'd have to re-up the license with this or that or whatever. It's just the spite of it.
Yeah, no, it's literally that dog with the ball in its mouth, and it goes, "Would you like to play ball?" And the person goes to get the ball, and it says, "No play." No, sorry, no give, only play. Like Nintendo is like that. Hey, you remember these old games? No, don't play them. Just remember them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is a case that just they can't possibly look good in, despite having the ability to do this. And it's the same thing we say when it comes to like Atlas flagging Persona videos and things like that. Like these are cases where legally you can go to court and through a very expensive and long annoying process determine whether or not they're within their rights to say you can't do that with our product, but on a country to country basis, mind you. But for the most part, everyone can understand when something is not only not harming the business in any way, but actively helping it because they are the only people that care about this product and about supporting it and would happily take the opportunity to buy it if you allowed them to,
I really actually want to give, and this is going to be rare for me, but I would like to give Kotaku a little golf clap because their article on the timeline showed up, and the article they have decided to go with for this topic is Nintendo cancels Smash tournament over stupid bullshit,
mm-hmm.
which is pretty perfect.
Mm-hmm. And
it's stupid bullshit. It's totally pointless.
The way I see this is like, at least like from the audacity of how it's going down right now, and Fizzy has talked on it as well, and pretty much explained that this is all just coming from a place of love. The opportunity to capitalize on people's Melee love has come and gone so many times that like it's quite clear at this point that nothing. You never say never, but as far as Nintendo stands with the people in charge right now, they appear to not even remotely be interested in entertaining the idea, right? There's not even a half-assed eShop release of it with no online or something like that. They really, really, really just don't want to lean in to a community that exists and will continue to exist because, hey, you
Now,
can't unrelease the game. People bought their GameCubes and they bought their copies, and they fucking got it to a point where putting in a memory card is required to play a standardized version of the game that actually mods it hot on a working GameCube. But you still have to use a copy.
I will say one thing in terms of Nintendo leaving the Melee community in the dirt. They may have their reasons for not wanting to associate with the Super Smash Brothers Melee community at large.
Either way, names and competitive streamers and top 8 aside, there are a lot of players that are Smash Melee fans that would totally want to just buy the fucking thing. And I guarantee you that just like recently with King of Fighters 2002 or with Guilty Gear Accent Core Plus rollback, you would see, if people could get the fucking thing, a lot of new players interested in finding out what the big deal is about Melee, and then a lot of Melee veterans being willing to come and be like, yeah, let's fucking play and get into it and show the whole thing off, and it could have a whole big resurgence. It could be a really cool thing that brings nothing but positivity, and anyone who's not interested can continue to play Ultimate, and Ultimate would still be the biggest, product, the biggest one ever, because of the fucking roster and the fact that, Joker and Bayonetta and Terry Bogard and etc. are all coming out, and Minecraft Steve just dropped, and they got more characters coming out. Like, that is not going to take the heat away from that product. They could just add something.
No, but instead of doing all that positive shit, Nintendo's message is just die, losers.
Die mad. Yeah. Yeah. No. Pay Capcom to use Dante, to have a trailer with Dante in it, just so that he gets completely destroyed and dumped on as they release the pig from Minecraft Story Mode as the next playable character. 2 slots. Anyway.
Nintendo's trying to kill you.
You already took the mask off. I got you to take the mask off, so.
Oh, I mean, I feel like I actually had to on this one.
Yeah.
Because, like, the fun thing of Nintendo is trying to kill you is
I was gonna kill the bit before it had a chance to grow.
It's actually like no, it's like Nintendo it's a perfect encapsulation of this nonsensical detail of a property right of a game that is no longer available for purchase is more important than your ability to just have a community event safely. No event. It's so stupid. It's so stupid.
Yeah, it's to look at it from the opposite direction. The Big House tournament and every other tournament scene is currently suffering as a result of the shit that we're all going through, and Nintendo's not going to have the compassion to at least be cool with people who are in a situation that they can't help, because obviously no one's going to take any risks to play fucking Smash and other games like that in a fucking pandemic, or rather, some people will, but we won't talk about that. But because we're in a situation that everyone's doing their best to deal with it, they're not just going to be cool about it. That's what it is, right? Yeah.
Yeah, if ever you thought maybe Nintendo will be cool about this,
yeah,
the answer is God, hell no. They will not be cool. They will never be cool.
But you know what is cool?
What's cool, Wooly?
The world ends with you.
You know what? as a game that I played on the DS and fucking hated.
Yeah.
That game is super cool.
Yep. Yeah, I've made my opinions.
What a cool game that I hate to play.
Yeah, I've made my opinions on this clear. Man, I love everything about The World Ends With You except for that battle system. Which then got fixed by the re-release with one screen. But even then, still, like, you know, but whatever. This is a losing battle. It's most people loved it and were fine with it, so this is just this.
They're well aware that this is a problem, which is why they're making an anime, so that you can get all that cool stuff without having to play that terrible, terrible game.
I've tried to have the fast, just whatever gloss over it version of the conversation. It didn't work. I've had the slow version of it. It didn't work. I've had multiple versions of this conversation, and the game is unfortunately too cool for people to want to really entertain the idea that the gameplay had problems. And in most cases, it's as simple as, it wasn't great, but it's fine. Everything else was so good that just shut up, though, you know? And it's a little bit of that Evil Zone issue. It's a little bit of play Battle Assault 2, just a little bit. But in this case, they're right about the fact that the music is amazing, the characters are amazing, the map is amazing, the system is amazing, the fucking world and the setting and everything is absolutely my fucking jam. But holy fuck, do I not want to pass the puck and waggle a little Silas around.
Everybody who loves The World Ends With You is right, because that's a great game. However, it's a terrible game. It's the worst game to play.
There's nothing else like it, really. It's incredibly, incredibly specific in this type of feeling. And I feel excitement and happy whenever I see it come up, whenever I see it recognized. The fact that it's actually getting a sequel is exciting to me. I cheer on its growth. I cheer on its growth while
I'm excited for its expansion,
while loathing the core gameplay.
Never hated anything more than trying to pass that puck. Literally recoiled in disgust playing that game.
And I mean, and you know, and it's like, even when you're not passing the puck, the stylus-based spellcasting.
I will reenact my experience.
You know, it just
playing The World Ends With You, the first time ever for you here. Here you are. Are you all ready? Okay, so I have my phone in my hands and I have a pen that this will be the thing of the stylus. Oh man, that's a really cool title screen. Oh man, this music's great. Okay. Oh, Death Game. Oh, that's crazy. Oh my. Oh, right. Oh man, that's incredible. And then if you can hear, this is the noise of the pen hitting the screen. That is what happened. That is how it went.
The power is yet unknown. The power is yet unknown. And you're just like, God, it's so fucking good. And then, okay, for me, I was just going like this as the screen filled up, as you're moving your dude around, and then you're D-padding with and yeah. And here's what's up, right? Like, the solution is right there in the form of the D-pad, the stick, and the buttons. It's right there. You just had to run.
It's got a style. Use the style.
All you had to do was run around the screen and press the buttons to cast your spells and combo the shit out of everything, and switch to your partner with perhaps a trigger button, and then fight on both screens at the same time if you want, but just trigger back and forth with your normal controls. That's it.
I think my favorite version of this hey, do you want to let's segue. Let's segue into a completely
and I say this
conversation
as someone that, like, I played through fucking Kid Icarus Uprising to completion and beat it, feeling how intense that got, knowing that wrist-based, stylus-based gameplay is a thing. I say this as someone who fucking played that game. I know how this goes. Yeah.
I want to segue somewhere else into a slight variation of this exact argument, as we see people going, no, it's supposed to have the two planes and it's supposed to feel different between each characters because that's the point.
It's a losing battle. You can't.
When I read that, all I see is people saying, no, this burger's supposed to taste like shit. That's the delicacy of it, you see. But moving over to a game people are going to be much less willing to defend. But I argued with people long into many evenings about how much I fucking hate the controls in Skyward Sword. And it was a very similar feel to that conversation of, no, man, you don't get it. It's Wii Motion Plus with the thing. It's the only way you could spin the sword and track the sword in all the different directions. And then I remember sitting there holding what was at the time an Xbox 360 controller and realizing that there was no right analog stick in Zelda, so all camera control was by hitting the left button on the Joy-Con, and realizing, no, that's a lie. You could easily do this entire game just having the sword controls being the right analog stick. And in fact, I'm pretty sure Metal Gear 2, when Raiden gets the sword, has a variation of the exact control scheme I'm talking about.
Yeah, Sons of Liberty.
And then Revengeance came out. Which used the exact control scheme I was talking about.
Left, right stick to
slash.
The
only difference was they used the analog stick for camera, and then you would hit a button to shift into aim in every direction. And man, Skyward Sword is terrible.
I didn't beat it, but I also didn't mind what the Skyward Sword controls were at the time. But it's clear that button versus waggle would have been more than fine. And I will not contest that point. I was not bothered by what you're describing up to the point that I played to, but it would have been fine to just make it a button. And the same goes to just about every other game where a forced mechanic fucks it up. Star Fox Zero, we're looking at you, right? But in this case, I'm telling you, dude, there's no winning this because no one agrees. Everyone really, really liked the way that World's Ends With You felt, and like this is doing is pissing off the world. There's no win here. There's not even an ounce of I kind of know what you're talking about. We're in the fucking dark on it, dude.
What the best part of the PlayStation 5's haptic rumble thing is? It doesn't change the way you control the game into crappy controls. That's the best part about it. Stylus controls for everything that wasn't a fucking mouse replacement in like a adventure game was a big mistake.
Yeah. In most cases. It really is. It's a step backwards, right? It's like the survival horror thing we talked about, where the difficulty of doing things that would be easy with normal controls gets raised because it's more obtuse in a way. Putting waggle, putting motion, putting stylus, putting a lot of that stuff in a situation where sticking buttons do fine, or D-pad and buttons do fine, creates a situation that you are going to not have as easy of a time, or it's not going to feel as good,
I will say the styles kicked ass in Trauma Center though. That was dope. That was incredible. That was great.
Kid Icarus worked, but it also kind of breaks your wrist. You know?
Kid Icarus was. I can't believe
It
that
works,
game
but-
like made it past prototype when every single person testing it must have been like, "Ow." Like I genuinely.
Yeah.
Well, Lee, I can confirm one thing.
Mhm.
In the time that we've been talking, I put up a little Twitter poll.
Oh, did you?
And can in fact at the very least confirm that not everyone in the world is mad at you.
It's pretty.
It's about 50-50.
It's no, come on. No, every time I've talked about this with a comments or chat or an audience involved, it's been been 90-10. It's been 90-10.
Of course, it's because the people who are dedicated to defending this terrible control scheme can no longer do anything. They can't play games. They can't cook for themselves. They can't even dress themselves because of their gnarled, mangled hands. So all they can do is complain at people who don't like the thing that crippled them.
Got it.
Okay, I'll admit that was really fun to say. That was really fun
Sure.
to say. Like
Sure.
that felt really good.
Mm-hmm.
That felt like good when I was saying it.
Mm-hmm. Well,
That felt good. I feel really good.
have you seen the new game? Have you seen it?
Yeah, it looks cool. Looks just like Persona.
You saw it. You saw that, right? You saw the trend.
Oh yeah, Persona 5 is trending right now.
Persona
because
5 is
everyone-
fucking trending, dude.
Because everyone's like, wow, Persona. And it's like, wow, you guys are morons. And I think back to last week when after I compared Yakuza 7 to Persona, there were a lot of people that were very mad about that. I couldn't understand why. And now I actually understand a little bit better, which is Persona is not the only RPG in the world, everybody. But I was comparing them because they're both Sega RPGs.
Mm-hmm.
But this one's not a Sega RPG, is it? And in fact, it predates modern Persona.
People really actually came in with the energy seeing the trailer for Neo The World Ends With You, and said, wow, looks like they ripped off Persona / looks like it was inspired by Persona / I am a child who's never seen anything but P5 and this is what my reference is. And it's like, yeah, people are like, I mean, look, like when, when you see somebody with a fucking K-pop avatar, you're like, yeah, you're 14. Like, why?
You just block that person. You just block that person right away.
Well, they probably are not allowed on Twitter due to the terms of service.
Yeah.
But, so that's what it is, right? But yeah, The World Ends With You is a fucking ancient DS game. And it was, I like how they maintained, obviously, all the locations. The music is great. The crowds are still there because it's not just Shibuya, Shinjuku, etc. It's crowded Shibuya, crowded Shinjuku.
Yeah.
And we saw the gameplay.
People that don't know you're there.
The monsters have the same aesthetics and the same design, and everything looks street. The new characters look cool.
Yeah.
And the gameplay is yet unknown.
Well, it's a PS4 and a Switch game.
Yes. But what if all of that is relegated to the touchpad? What if you got to use your finger on the goddamn touchpad the whole time? Anyway. We'll see. But looks fucking sick.
will applaud them. I will applaud them big time.
Pass the
for
puck
their dedication
and
to
use
such a terrible gameplay.
Use the gyro when you pass the puck as you press the buttons and the touchpad. So stick in one hand, stick in your left hand, finger on your touchpad for main gameplay, and then when you pass the puck, you gyro and blow on the microphone. call, calling. I hear you calling.
Hey, you know what? You know what? I will give The World Ends With You a one piece of credit. And it is a, what's the word for a compliment that's like a bad compliment?
Backwards.
What's that? Backhanded
compliment.
I will give it a backhanded compliment, as its use of the stylus was not the worst control situation I ran into on the DS. The single worst control situation I ran into on the DS was in Resident Evil Deadly Silence in the remix mode that had new mechanics. There was a puzzle in which you could blow out a candle that would cause the blow out the candle thing to activate based on noise, and I played that puzzle on the bus, which made it incompletable. Like 100% incompletable.
Yep. There's
at the very least, World's Ends With You was better than that.
Don't forget the cooking mama, you know, shut the lid, blow it, cool it off, all that stuff. Yeah. We can do this, Neku.
Play it at home? It was a handheld you were supposed to play on the bus.
Focus. God, so many cool things.
Also, those Zelda games on the DS are trash. They are terrible. That part in the first one where you have to close the map by closing the DS, that part was cool. The rest of it, complete garbage.
Here's how much I fucking liked this game and what was going on in it, despite what was going on in it. I remember when our friends they got a pin button maker, and they made all the buttons from the game, and they were selling them at cons.
I remember that.
And there were these cool pins that you would buy that were,
great pins.
They were the fucking, yeah, exactly, the equipment that you could get in the game. And like when our friends made those, I was happy to buy a bunch of their pins and wear some of the cool ones on my shit, because they were fucking great, man.
They were dope.
They were
really
so
great.
cool, you know? Well, anyway, this looks fantastic. I cannot wait for
And then
more.
every time you'd look at those pins, your hands would curl up and go, and you would start to vomit. But the vomit that would come out of you would do so in a pleasing and hip rhythm.
With the crazy scratch noises. It was great. It was great.
That right there. That sound effect is the experience of playing The World Ends With You in 1 second.
We can do this, Neku.
You boiled it down to its purest essence, Wooly.
Oh boy. Well, anyway. So check out the trailer for that. We got to get a move on, because we got some news. Yeah. By the way, next bit is banned in the chat officially. There we go. All right. So
you can't say it.
Yep, I banned it.
You've overdone it.
Yep. What's going on now? Well, you want to explain what the fuck is happening with the X-Bone S?
Okay. So
excuse me. The X-Bess.
X-Bones.
No, it's not a bone. There's no one. X-Bess.
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 All right. Here's what's going on with the X-Bess. All right. So this does apply to the X-Bess as well, but it's more important for the X-Bess because it's cheaper. So here's what you do. You get your new Xbox, and you turn it on, and you do all your crap, right? Then you go to this website, which is docs.microsoft.com/en/us Windows UWP Xbox X dev kit activation. Because one of the things that you can do with the new Xbox is that you can turn any particular box into a dev kit, which is great for indie developers.
Motherfuckers are like, fuck
blah,
this,
blah,
I'm
blah,
going
blah,
to
blah.
Parlor. Sorry.
You
anyway.
read about how to activate dev mode, right? So the long story short, you start your console, you search for an app, you download the app, you set up the app, you make a dev account, you sign up for the dev program. The dev program is apparently $19 for personal use instead of like company use. So you pay the $19 and you get certified with your account as an Xbox developer, right? This allows you to switch the Xbox Series whatever from retail mode to developer mode.
Side note and FYI, one of the major selling points for the original Xbox One when it first came out was that there were no dev kits. Every Xbox One console was a dev kit. It simply had to unlock developer mode. And when we were working internally with the hardware, we had retail units with dev mode unlocked.
Yeah. So now you can just do that at home. It's they've opened up that developer thing to anybody who wants to do it. The fun thing about developer mode, however, is that in developer mode you can put anything the fuck you want on that box, including just installing RetroArch and a shit ton of ROMs and turning this thing into a badass emulation machine. Runs GameCube games no problem.
Wouldn't be the first time. Remember Ari?
I don't. Oh, yes, now I do.
Our Xbox buddy. It was just like, bro, I got your fucking Xbox. I got you the best games. I got my dog. And I know you said you didn't want it, but I'm telling you, bro, MLB, the show, I'm telling you, bro, just try it, bro. Just try MLB.
I don't know why you really wanted us to fucking play MLB. That was so weird.
Yo, I put on Mortal Kombat Deception, bro. It's going to be so fucking sick. I know you didn't want it, but I'm telling you, just try it, bro. Just try it.
He was a really friendly guy.
He was great. He was super cool. I love that energy.
Xbox accidentally released a $300 trivially easy to set up like super emulation machine.
Now, you're not supposed to put your shit into dev mode because burp, 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 burp. But yeah, and this is only on the S. The X doesn't have this.
No, I believe it's both, but the reason why the S is getting so much more news is because the S is one, widely available, and two, $300 instead of whatever the fuck
$100 cheaper.
The X costs.
4.
Right. Mm-hmm. What are the chances it gets patched? This isn't it's a dev kit. You can do whatever the fuck you want with a dev kit.
They might make it so that accessing dev mode is harder to do.
It's a little harder.
They can straight up do that. That's not difficult. It would make
prove that you're actually going to make a game or some shit.
Well, as testers, we would just do it all the time. But yeah, they could make it so that you have to go through some more hoops to activate a kit and put it into dev mode and switch it out. There's times when switching back and forth is required for tests, so it couldn't be something too obtuse. But they can make it definitely so that the average consumer is not allowed to do it, so that's not available to them. So, yes,
I would be very fascinated to see how well this runs Dolphin in its like Wii U version.
I mean, they've gotten fucking they've gotten just about everything running. They've gotten Dolphin running on.
Because
VR.
I mean, let's play.
They've gotten VR fucking emulation going.
Let's play with CJ and Big Smoke and Breath of the Wild on the Xbox.
Sure. So update to the story.
I have to follow the train link.
Update to the story from last week. where we were talking about what the fuck Atlas is doing about Persona 5 Scramble. You reported that there was no news of a localized version of the game. Well, during the week, that story got updated. There is an English version of the game, but it is specifically for HK English, so Asian retailers only. It's not a North American version, but you can import it. Therefore, you can play Persona 5 Scramble if you jump through a couple hoops and get that version. Anyone who was on Twitter going, "What the fuck? I thought you said this wasn't happening. Why'd you lie?" Should realize the difference between a HK localized.
I reported the news.
An HK localized version of the story of the game versus like what is actually being released here, and also, of course, that happened after you mentioned.
I didn't say they were never going to localize it. I said that they did their goddamn shareholder thing, and there was no mention of it at all, which is weird because it used to be on their fucking sheet.
But yeah, I can say that getting access to those imports is not as hard as it used to be. I had to import some shit back in the day, and now you can, if you want to go through the trouble, make an account, download the Hong Kong version off of the Hong Kong PSN, and like Grand Blue, for example, came out there first, so you could just grab that and get it in English. But you have to then buy HK PSN cards and get the currency. So still a little bit of trouble, but it's doable. Yeah. Whenever that happens. Not out yet, but there's listings only. There you go. Okay, so that's that.
This dog smells great.
You were just complaining about the smell, like not but a fucking.
I like to. Well, there's two dog smells. There's the average dog smell, which he actually smells very nice, and then there's when the dog is stinky, which is up to his own power, if you get what I mean.
Sure. Awesome news today, actually. This is a fucking. You know when something comes together like Metal Gear Rising and Platinum, and you just go, "Oh yeah, oh
you
yeah,
go, man, that's gonna be the shit right there."
Okay, so catch this, right? IO Interactive and 007.
Oh, that's just perfect.
Isn't that amazing?
Oh, that's just literally perfect.
It's crazy. I was like, I saw this title today. And the story is IO Interactive announces Project 007. And I was like, oh, yeah. Yeah. That makes perfect fucking sense.
You could literally just mod in a fucking Sean Connery fucking JPEG onto 47's face in most of the existing Hitman levels, and it would just be a James Bond game.
And you just add the suave, the debonair, the tools, the gadgets, the brand and the feel of having Q and M and the branch on your side, but you Hitman it. Fuck yeah, that works.
Yeah. Done.
You know?
You throw in like one driving part and like one shootout mission where you and you're done. You're fucking done.
Didn't ever think about it, but like that is a brand match that fucking like, yep, give them the 007 license. Absolutely. So it's true that once in a while stars align in our industry, and they announce in a press release that they're working to drop this when just a teaser trailer for now. It's an origin story. And, modern platforms. It'll be on this gen.
So, Mr. James Bond game needs to have one thing in it. And there needs to be a mission in which there is a hitman with a barcode on his head that is the antagonist of the level, that you can defeat but not kill, and who always somehow escapes.
I think IO would be down. I think MGM would not.
Yeah.
I don't think MGM would allow them to play around with that.
Because 47 is totally a Bond villain or the number 2 guy.
The number 2 guy.
In the Bond villain.
Easy.
The guy who just solves every problem and is the one that fist fights Bond throughout most of the movie.
Yeah. And they run into each other in precarious locations. Bond walks into the casino and sees 47 way over on the other end, you know.
And he's like, shit, that dude's going to be a problem.
But we can't rise a stink up because we're in public right now. 100%. But he's the number 2. And I don't know if MGM would let it rock. I think they would actually...
You remember in God, is it Quantum of... no, not Quantum of Solace.
Casino Royale?
No, the one
Skyfall?
Afterwards. Skyfall. And Skyfall, when he's in Hong Kong and he goes into the skyscraper to check out somebody, and there's already a different guy already there to assassinate the person.
Best cinematography.
That dude is 47. That dude is Agent 47.
The fight in the
where
glass.
You're doing a mission, and your mission is to take some guy out, and you, through your sniper scope, see a different guy also getting ready to snipe your target.
The glass floor with the neon signs lighting the background.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah. This is just fucking awesome.
Yeah, they could do an Easter egg like that where he's just in the background around.
I mean, more likely not him, but an object of some sort. You know, maybe a tie or a suit, a red tie.
It would be the tie.
A red tie that you could put on, you know.
Yeah, no, you know what it is? You're going into your closet and you're picking out your Bond outfit.
Yeah.
And one of the outfits has
a red tie
big,
suit.
Bright red tie. And he brings out the tie and he goes, I don't know, man. What am I? Some kind of assassin? And then puts it back in.
No. He pulls out the suit and he looks at the tie and then he looks at the mirror and goes, not in a million years. And he puts it back on the rack. And then at the end, you unlock it so that you can play as it anyway. This is great. A couple other quick...
Oh, man, I just saw the best... suggestion from someone in chat, which is just replace one random NPC in every level as 47.
I mean, just replace one digit of the number.
Well, you already fight 46 in Hitman 2?
No, I mean also? Just 007 versus 47.
Oh my god!
You know, it's there. You know?
I didn't even realize the numbers.
Yeah.
Mason.
Well, anyway, that's awesome. We'll watch that with great interest. See where that goes. Couple other things. New studio in Quebec City. From Dragon Age creator Mike Laidlaw and Ubisoft.
Really?
Called Yellow Brick Games. Yeah.
Laidlaw.
Yeah.
Mike Laidlaw knows how to make a game.
Yeah.
And I respect Mike Laidlaw's attempt to make a good game, because Mike Laidlaw is the guy who, when they started up pre-production of Dragon Age 2 before Dragon Age 1 was done, he was like, oh man, I can't get out of here fast enough.
So that's the thing,
and
right?
Fucking super quit.
Fucking kudos on that. Looking forward to that. I also see, some other. They mentioned some Ubisoft veterans. Maybe a name or two that I recognize on the list of people here that are going to be working at this company in Quebec City. So that's pretty cool. It's a small world, but Yellow Brick Games is just announced, founded, and let's see what they do. We'll follow their careers with great interest. Good luck. I'm
interested in whatever they have to make.
I imagine it would be a very fun video game with good writing.
Probably.
There's also a Kickstarter campaign for something called Fraymakers. So, again, with Kickstarters, like I like to say, investigate, see for yourself how you feel, and if it looks like it's something you want to support, jump in there. Currently, it is overpledged because it's made its goal twice over.
How do I spell this? Fraymakers?
Fraymakers. It is a
Fraymakers.
Exactly. It is an indie platform fighter.
Oh wow, it's a fighting game. Of course it is.
So it's a Smash clone that has indie characters in it, and you can actually customize and put your own characters in as well. It's got a whole system.
It's a fighting game Nintendo won't try to murder you for playing.
How's about it? So yeah, you can check this out. It's got right on the front. They're showing you Octodad and the Orca from Arrivals of Aether, and the buff fish thing from Slap City.
Who the fuck is the Watcher? What are they from?
So, or Kane, that's it. So, and then when you go into the trailer, you see just tons of cameos, tons and tons of cameos.
Oh my god,
Disc
they
Room.
have the pot man from Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy.
Slay the Spire. Everyone's in there. It's crazy. It's a fucking extreme list. Downfall. And hey, look, and the thing is that, yeah, you can actually make, and they have a really easy system for adding characters to this. So that looks pretty fucking sick. Other things include...
Is it one of those character creators where they give you the character creator and then they go, don't create any copyrighted characters.
Welcome to City of Heroes. Design a hero. Not that one. Not that one.
Was the craziest one ever. Like, what?
Design a hero. Not that. Fucking not that. God damn it, not that one.
You know what's good?
Try again.
You know, in Final Fantasy 14, you can't name your character any Final Fantasy character's name.
Of course not.
You can't name your character Lightning.
Why not? Of course not. Like, what if they show up in a quest? You know?
Which has happened,
yeah.
To be fair. That's actually literally happened.
Fuck it. Here's because the City of Heroes, we've resurrected it. You can play it now on fucking Phoenix servers, you know? But, like, you hand everyone the keys and a hero character creator, and you just, like, you're like, what the fuck do you think is going to happen? Who's buying this game? Who are you selling it to?
People are going to make their own cool characters.
Well, anyway,
right?
the top of the list of features is rollback netcode. So they know where and to who this game is being released.
You know, it's become extra bizarre over time as the rollback netcode thing has become a larger point of discussion, in that there are now two tiers of fighting games. Expensive AAA fighting games that more often than not play like complete garbage online, and indie, in some cases, parody fighting games that play great.
Because they don't have the bloat of big teams and lots of people to answer to every time a feature needs to be implemented, so they don't have to fucking get rounds and rounds and rounds of convincing. They can just hear what the people say when they go, we want good netcode, please, and go, yeah, sure, you got it. Also, in many cases, it's Western developed, which has overall been pretty good about getting rollback into their games as a whole. Because remember, like, even like the larger fighting games in from the West still have it too. You know, it's really just a stubborn Japanese game thing. So yeah, they have that right front and center on the list, and the Kickstarter is currently at 142 of 60K Canadian. So they're more than healthy with 24 days to go. But check it out anyway. See what you think. They've got some cool stretch goals. I see Family Jewels in there for an alternate OST, OC Remix alternate OST, additional characters, etc. But yeah, eyes on it. Eyes on it.
I have a new news story that I forgot to mention.
Even Commander Video. What story is that? Oh my god, that gorilla from Ape Out.
Last week, I described a story that I saw on the internet about a gentleman who worked at fraud prevention at a bank, describing a situation in which a other gentleman ruined his financials with Genshin Impact purchases, only to call them up angrily, demanding that they unlock his account, only to then watch as this gentleman's account had more money fly out of it. I was argued with by chat saying that it was fake, that was a fake-ass story. I was then contacted by the guy who posted it on his blog to be like, no, dude, that story is totally real. It was me. That is a real story.
Well, can we get a BTFO?
Fuck all y'all.
One letter at a time? Thank you.
You wouldn't think a bank would call you on your day off to go back to the office because a guy $2,000 from PS5 scams. Oh. Sounds like video games are fun at the bank. Sounds like video games are super fun at the bank.
The reconfirming of that story has made me re-sad at the idea that he just had to sit there and be like, okay, as you would, you know, do your thing. Yeah, you gotta deaden yourself inside a little bit to do that job, I imagine. So we got those things going down. We got a confusing announcement, and this is not so much a news story as it is a fucking just... There is a new PlayStation VR bundle, including Astrobot, Everybody's Golf, and Moss, as well as Blood and Truth and PlayStation Worlds. All the greatest hits, not really, but all the hits ready, bundled in with the PSVR that they will be selling in November, so that's this month. The PSVR
that sounds like clearing inventory.
Mega Pack.
That feels like clearing inventory.
Read my mind.
Now? What am I reading?
What the fuck are you doing not making it supported on PS5? Like,
wait, it's not?
No! No! You cannot use your PSVR on PS5.
Wow, that's hilarious!
That was a whole thing.
Why? Why? Way to kill that!
Hold on, wasn't there a whole thing about the fact that you couldn't use it? Let me fact check this right away. Let me fact check this.
You need an adapter. You need an adapter. It does work.
PS5 PSVR.
And the new bundle comes with the adapter.
PSVR 2 hinted at.
The adapter is free. They will mail it to you.
Yes, it does. Oh, thank God. Okay. Glad to be wrong. Glad to be wrong on that.
Oh, no. You hear that, Zangief? Willie was very wrong.
Super. Okay.
Oh, I know.
I saw an angry Twitter thread with a lot of retweets and likes, and I thought it was real. I saw an angry Twitter thread, and I went, "Really? Damn!" And then I didn't look into it, so that's my fault. Okay, good.
Every time Wooly is wrong, I hug the dog. But Pat, you're always hugging the dog.
That's my secret. Because I was fucking putting that thing away, and I was getting ready to just like punt it into the sun. You know, just like what is the point of this? Why would you do this?
Oh, I might as well do that because I'm so done with VR. I'm out on VR until it's like a pair of sunglasses.
Well, my journey is just beginning. Okay, so there's that. Good. And Capcom put out a little arcade retro mini station thing, because, excuse me, that's the move now. You know, a lot of collectible retro mini things, and in this case, it's an arcade stick with a little Capcom screen, and it's blue and yellow, and it's got a little cute design. It's almost like a little CRT canty head, you know. And it's gonna have Mega Man Power Battles, X Soccer, and Rockman and Bass, and then it's gonna have SF2 to ST, as well as Puzzle Fighter. So, sure, cool.
Hey, do you think Cyberpunk's gonna get delayed again?
No, but I do think they're gonna crack this system open and find a way to run some sick, crazy fucking ROMs on this shit.
I mean, that's always the way.
Like, instantly. So if you want a ROM machine with a dedicated arcade stick built into it, give it a second. But yeah, what's up, Cyberpunk?
Yeah, no reason. It's just like, I bet that game's going to get delayed again.
More importantly, do you care?
No, not really. I also discovered something looking over at the Cyberpunk what do you call it? Release date. So it's supposed to come out December 10th. Oh, copies are out? Okay, guess too late to delay it. It's supposed to come out December 10th, which is the same day as the Game Awards.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Which makes me think that date was picked as the dead last day to qualify for some of those awards.
Cyberpunk is definitely going to go down in history, or should go down in history, at least in this pre-release mentality of the game. Because remember, once the game drops and people are playing it, a lot of these thoughts, feelings, and vibes go away, right? This energy is often times evaporated depending on how the game goes. If the game ends up being a travesty in many cases, you see this kind of like everything about, like, say, Anthem, from lead in to release, and then it just triples down, and then the whole thing ends up being a dumpster fire. But while we're not playing it, and while this is currently the mood where people are kind of like, all right, you know, but still, like, yeah, you're gonna want to write down how not to release and tease a game, how not to do announcements, how not to pre-market, how not to do anything. It has never been made more clear that when you're a studio like CD Projekt, where you have pretty much infinite time, you have no pressure from outside to get anything done on deadlines, you can just do it as you would. You have to announce things very carefully and choose when very carefully, because fucking that up kills hype. And
so, you know what's fun? Features, levels, characters, etc.
People are legitimately saying, I don't actually care anymore, and that's sad, because we were all super excited for this game from the first drop. And I still think it's one of the raddest things ever, just conceptually, looking at the art. I want to see where this goes. But all of that spirit has dried up due to everything that's happened since.
So so game development changes, levels get cut, features get cut, characters get cut, actors get changed, all sorts of things change. Nothing's ever perfect, right? But if you want a really, really incredible example of how you can absolutely kill excitement for your game, release long-form gameplay trailers in which you explain cool features, and then 6 months later have to put out articles saying just how many of those features got cut.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then do that twice.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's in the game anymore, because every cool ass feature that I remember thinking of from the trailers and stuff like that got cut. The arm blades are cut. The climbing on walls is cut. Like, all sorts of fucking shit. Wall running wasn't working right. You know, like...
Now, again, the caveat here is there's still, you know, tons of general excitement from people who have not been following necessarily as tightly. And when the shit drops, if it's good and it's fun, then all of this evaporates and everyone's just now in good game is out mode. Go play it. And that's all there is.
Arm blades aren't cut, but if they weren't cut, then how are you supposed to kill enemies with your arm blades? Because they're knives. I saved it.
So, yeah, just you know, keep in mind that, like, this really... What's up?
I'm just laughing at how stupid I am.
Okay. But yeah, that's
Funny.
it. That's it. It a lot of the time we see this completely get erased once the thing is out and then everyone's getting hands on it. And, you know, as someone just pointed out, it's like, yeah, the trailer has like 20 million views. It's still a huge thing that a lot of people are excited about, but there is a chilling effect that is, I guess, being seen from, I don't know, at least the people that I see talking about it around me. And I assume the, like, I don't know what to call it when I'm talking about, like, not casual video game audience and not necessarily the diehards, but the people that are like, hey, I buy the consoles and I follow releases.
Normal human beings?
Normal human beings. But it's a bit more than that, because, like, other people that you, like, I don't know, you or your family hang out with might not necessarily know what's going on with Cyberpunk, but they'll catch wind of it when it drops, maybe from someone else, you know?
Hear about that Cyberpunk, sounds cool.
Just that in-between thing. The people that are like, I pay attention to what's relatively going on with video games. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm describing, I think. But we'll see. Let's take some letters.
Oh, cool. There's a clip up of us reenacting How to Play World Ends With You up. So now people that listen to the audio podcast can check out the subreddit and or this Twitch channel and take a look at the clip of our visual reenactment of how to play. Dude. I think I'm winning.
Can't win.
You know how I know I'm winning? Because I'm not fucking playing World's Ends With You. That's a win every day.
All right. If you got a letter, you can send it in to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. It's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. Let's take a quick one over here. Jellybean Slayer says, Dear new 3800 owners, recently bought my first gaming PC. Was wondering if you had any recommended downloads that you'd install on your computers. Thanks for the great content. Don't stop talking about Teppen. I hope it keeps going. Love you both. Thank you, Jellybean Slayer.
That's easy. I can look at my taskbar right now and tell you exactly what I download every time I get a new PC.
Yeah. For me, Irfan View, Notepad++.
What's Irfan View?
Irfan View for image viewing. It's incredible. I have used it for decades at this point. Goldwave, Notepad++, Handbrake, and Freemake video converter generally. Audacity, of course.
That's not gonna apply to
general people. Yeah, fine. Flux for dimming the screen and making your eyes comfortable. Tree size or Windows stat.
Oh man, Okay, I want to really also say tree size and flux, because man, those things tree size. Oh man, tree size is the best.
Winder stats also pretty good, but both ways you get your size measured. Big size measuring is important. VLC associations go to that. Media Player Classic. Sometimes you might need
Shit
it.
that doesn't work in VLC goes to that.
Yeah, and I used to go grab the combined community codec pack.
Nah, it's not really necessary anymore.
These days you don't really need it as much. And then grab yourself, WinRAR or 7-zip. Both are pretty good.
Yeah. I also just would add to that. I have Borderless Gaming and a Riva Tuner Statistics server.
Yep, Borderless Gaming's
good.
good.
RTSS to limit to 60, and I use Borderless Gaming to borderless games that don't like to be borderless.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And also, I would legitimately, no joke, also recommend ExpressVPN and LastPass.
Yeah. Both of those, absolutely. I prefer BitTornado to uTorrent, but I know that magnet links only work with the latter, so I get it.
What am I using right now? I think I use QTorrent myself.
Okay.
Or QBitTorrent.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Those are pretty solid. Yeah. I think that kind of gets most of it done. Everything else is as needed, but that does most of it.
What is this? What is this icon on my taskbar?
Regular ass BitTorrent has been taken over by fucking adware and nonsense bullshit, so can't really trust that shit anymore, or at the very least not without like a bunch of garbage stuffed in downloads.
I hate garbage.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and don't forget Microsoft Edge. I mean, I remember there was a point in time, it doesn't seem to be the case anymore, but to download certain Windows drivers from their resource site, there was because they want you to use the updating tool. I was looking up some shit for the current computer I'm setting up, and I saw some tips that were literally like, go to this site, get these drivers. It's the Windows resource site, and you have to browse it with Edge. You cannot use other browsers. And I was like, that is so spiteful. That is so fucking spiteful, dude. That they're at that point, But whatever.
I wish I could push it off the Edge. Thank you, everyone.
You know what they do too on fresh installs? I've noticed the thing, because it's like this is the second or third time it's happened where your install of Windows 10, even currently, will include Internet Explorer. It doesn't include Edge, but there will be an update that then brings Edge into the equation and shows you a big by the way, here's Edge, check it out, go through this forced tutorial. And it's a whole separate step because it's not, they want you to notice the change and sell the features. It's deliberately not in the default installation. So
hey man, Internet Explorer, that's crap. But hey man, Edge, that's the shit. No, die Edge. Die.
Let's take another quick one here from what do you want to go by? Let's say Allison says, hi, hopefully Willie and Pat recently watched popular gaming YouTuber Jacksepticeye's playthrough of Spider-Man Miles Morales. Highly expected AAA game that turned out to be better than its predecessor. He mentioned how happy he was with people enjoying the series, and in the end, briefly talked about how glad he was to sometimes have a series everyone enjoys. In the podcast, sometimes I've heard Wooly reflect on Let's Plays in the recent past, talking about what it was like during the filming and how he felt afterwards. Connected the dots and came upon the question, what makes a good LP? Is it the commentary? Is it what is it that makes it that good? Is it the game? On a similar note, how much does the quality of an LP depend on the commentator? How much does it depend on the game itself? Is there a cap? Can can you be a fine commentator, but if the game is great, the series will do well regardless, whether so that someone is better than you at commentating or so. Anyway, it goes on to that sort of thing, and it keeps going, but that's the gist of the question.
All right, well, I mean, if the commentary sucks and the game's good, it's that shit still sucks. Like, the commentary has to be on point.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be on point.
Yep.
Now,
if the goal of... Go ahead.
Good commentary plus good game is good. Good commentary with mediocre game is fine, I guess. Good commentary with abomination can be bad or literally the best thing you'll ever do in your life.
Could be legendary. I have I agreed with all of that. I have a simpler way of saying it. I would say it depends on the person who's doing commentary, the commentator's ability to resonate with the content. Whether the game...
the interplay between what's happening and the talking.
That's what it comes down to. It's your ability to resonate with it. If the game is amazing, but you have no connection to it and not much to say about it, it doesn't matter because, that becomes not that interesting. If the game is terrible, but you know the source material super well or have a lot to say about it, you have a connection to it, then you can absolutely make an incredible Let's Play out of that. If you have...
For example...
Go ahead.
If, for example, you're playing a classic game that is well regarded, like, I don't know, Majora's Mask, but you have no personal attachment to it, and in fact have somehow convinced yourself that it's quite terrible, even the most talented Let's Player in the world that has the greatest skills can create something almost unwatchable.
That's going over my head. But what I would say is if you have a game, for example, where you are like if it's a game like you've QA'd or tested, which is more pertinent example for me, then it's like, oh yeah, this is a thing that I know. I can talk about this side of it. I can talk about this experience, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be funny. It doesn't necessarily have to be, humorous. It can be dead serious. It can be entertaining. It can be a completely different style of approach.
I think,
you talk about like Research Indicates and the Trespasser LP, where it's not necessarily
I love
funny.
that LP.
It's not necessarily funny.
There's no humor in that.
But it's just interesting to watch. And what's being said is interesting. I think that, it depends on how you resonate with the content. And if it has anything that you are personally connected to, or provide something that you can find a connection with. So a lot of the time, if I'm playing something blind, I'm hoping that I'll find a connection with it in some way. And if I can, then I feel like that helps significantly, And this is where the research into what exactly you're getting into goes a long way, because if you're hitting something where you're like, oh yeah, this is going right into my alley with fucking, Mecha and Vanillaware and a bunch of shit I love, then this is going to be great. We can talk about that all day. Versus if you're playing something that you're like, well, I've never touched this ever at all. I have no expectations of what's coming, but also I've never seen the show or source material it's coming from, so I got nothing to really talk about, then that'll just end up being rough all the way around, even if the game is incredible,
Yeah, I have to really agree. I could probably do a fucking LP of I don't know. What's a game? Fucking Space Channel 5, right?
Love it.
But
Beautiful
I don't have the love and background and shit for either that game or the Dreamcast in general.
Mm-hmm.
So it would not hit the same way that it would if, say, you were to do it, right? Because you have a much closer relationship with the Dreamcast, and like, I mean, you fucking repaired the goddamn things. Meanwhile, like, if it's something that, how do I put this? You know those games that you just completely miss and you just never dodged? A good example would actually be your LP of Thousand Year Door, right? Mm-hmm. Where that's a GameCube game. And it's mind-blowing now. And all I can think of is when you play a game like that you got to like a decade or more late and it's blowing your mind now, is the feeling of, oh my fucking God, this must have blown people away when it came out.
Yeah. That's
like you time travel to what you know, the era that it was in.
So that's what I've been doing for the last year, is time traveling back to an era and going, okay, this must have been fucking, yeah, I get it. Half-Life, Spec Ops, you know, all of this, Halo.
Half-Life is the one, because like you can never go back to the period of like sitting there in 98 and going, oh my God, the character is talking.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The same way that like when Metal Gear came out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, holy shit.
And I really can't overstate how much Halo 2 just fucking hits, man. Like, it just, I just felt it. I just got it. I'm like, this rules. It was so much fun. You know, I was surprised how much I had fun with Halo at the end of that. You know, something that I ultimately just went like, yeah, it's Halo. I know what Halo's about. You know, incredible. So yeah, I think that's a perfect example of, you know, like I'm hoping to resonate with something. I don't know what it's going to be, but I expect it will probably work, because if people that are watching my stuff have the same general interests, they're probably likely all liking something that I think I would probably also like, right? And the same goes for Yakuza right now. Chances are, because the people who watch what I do like this thing, we probably share tastes, and probably I'm going to end up enjoying it, you know? So it feels like a pretty safe bet. I hope that answers your question.
I do have something to mention about Yakuza Wolves. You mentioned that you were going to go through 0 because you want to kind of educate yourself on the series. I will mention, because I was thinking about it, this might be, depending on any particular person's schedule, actually impossible, because they come out every year now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is a bafflingly annual series.
Mm-hmm.
And unless you're playing 2, possibly to 4 a year, you will not catch up anytime soon.
I'm okay. I'm not committing to any sort of length of what this is. I'm not committing to any, you know, screams about needing to catch up for any particular date or purpose. I'm going at it for now. I'm playing 0, and we'll see where it goes after that. And that's fine by me. I know that there's times when this is a let's say algorithmically bad decision, and I know
man, that's a good. I like that.
You know, I'm very extremely aware of every time Wooly gets in the way of possibilities based on just wanting to take things in his own time at his own pace. But all I can say is I either do it my way or I don't do it at all. So it wouldn't have even been on the table if I didn't want to go about it in the way I'm going about it. So
that being said, man, 0 is a banger.
Yeah.
It's like Zero's the best of all the classic ones, I think.
Good introduction.
Like, by classic, I mean like all the action ones. Zero is probably the best one.
Yeah. I that's what I keep hearing. So, but and to just finish the thought a little bit there, to say that like, I say this and I do this while for at least the last 12 months, never not having at least one of the LPs I'm playing be something brand fucking new, right? Or at least something that was started on launch day.
You got to do both of them all the time.
So I am playing classics and a new release at the same time, and I have had at least one of the LPs be something current for the entire of the last fucking 12 months or so. You know, if some time goes by and it's like, well, hey, Tsushima's old now because 8 weeks have gone by, then I'm like, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I guess I could just drop it and do something else, but you know, we're going about it this way. So, all right. That's a good place to leave it.
Are you gonna 100% the shogi achievements? Shogi,
the board game?
Yeah.
Do you have to play the board game?
You don't have to.
Is it the real board game? Is it really shogi?
Oh, you don't even know? Oh my god, yeah, dude.
I want to learn.
There are dedicated Sega style arcade games or like home style version games of shogi, mahjong, a bunch of pachinko shit. Like
that's awesome.
It's in there.
As someone who loves Go, who loved Dead Man's Morris, and who knows about shogi from its constant use in anime and video games, and about the pieces and the kings and the formations and the all that shit. I've always wanted to learn about how shogi works, but I have no idea how to play because you know, I've never taken the opportunity. But yeah, I've heard about shogi for so long in every fucking manga, anime, and game that I'm super down to learn how shogi works. Yeah.
I will break down in Zero how much they have going on. You have in the arcade Fantasy Zone, Outrun, Space Harrier, Super Hang-On, and UFO games. You have darts and pool. The pool game is for real. That's like a fucking real-ass pool game. Sick. You have Baccarat, Blackjack, CeeLo, Chohan, Koi Koi, Mahjong, Oichi, Oicho Kabu, poker, roulette, and shogi. Batting cages, battle royale, bowling. The bowling one's for real. Your cabaret club, your cat fighting club, which is actually women fighting. Your dancing and disco rhythm minigame. Your fishing, which is just like Sega Bass Fishing. Your karaoke, which is rhythm game. Pocket circuit racing, and telephone club.
I would love to learn Mahjong again because I learned Mahjong before and I forgot it entirely. And if I learned Mahjong, I'm pretty sure I could go and just fucking crush it against those Japanese FGC players that are also super good at Mahjong and win a ton of money, and it would be sick.
Now, some of them have golf mini games that have real courses. This one does not.
I'll yell out Inoshika Cho as I do the formation. It'll be great.
Ugh. Ugh.
I also love Pazak and fucking Triple Triad, so...
Well, everybody loves
I'm the fucking minigame kid. I go down that rabbit hole of minigame. You know,
so you hear that, guys? In Wooly's Yakuza 0 LP, he will do all of the Pocket Racer side quests that I refuse to do. That's right, all the Pocket Racers.
Motherfuckers hear Inoshika Cho as if it's a Naruto reference and not what Genjuro shouts when he does his triple wreck across up attack.
You're
fuck out of here.
No, you don't get to save yourself from that, you Naruto weeb.
Fuck out of here.
You meant the Naruto thing. And then you were embarrassed. And you